amazing. Who would have believed Mark Patrick hypnosis really works?
It's amazing. I can breathe again, my blood pressure went down, and I've got so much energy.
So much energy.
And look great.
Lose weight or stop smoking with hypnosis. Only $59.99 guaranteed or your money back. Hypnosis, February 1st, Radisson Hotel at Fairview Heights, or Monday, February 2nd at the Holiday Inn Creve Coeur. Register at markpatrickseminars.com. That's markpatrickseminars.com.
WXOS HD1 East St. Louis. 101 ESPN is driven by Auto Centers Nissan, home of the lifetime warranty and 30-day return. Rise and shine, St. Louis. It's the Brown and Crouppen.
Seven o'clock in St. Louis. You're listening to the Morning After on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. Doug Vaughn has decided to retire. So,
wow.
Yeah.
Just walked away, dropped the mic, walked away.
Yeah. So he decided that's enough, and he has shut it down. I miss Doug. Hashtag I miss Doug. And
is it trending already?
It is. Martin, you have the latest on Doug Vaughn's whereabouts.
We've got a major accident on 270. Most people that are driving that go that way probably already know this, but big old accident.
Where specifically, sir?
I believe 270 going north, right around that Clayton Road overpass, somewhere in that area. That would be right before you get to the 6440 exchange. So Missouri Baptist is kind of on that corner.
Yeah.
So, and that's a bad stretch. I live near there. There's always accidents in that right turn lane. I don't know the specifics, but 6-car pileup.
Wow.
And I almost texted Doug when I saw this, but he stopped taking 270. So I said, he's good. Texted the group and said, the one time. He said Fridays have been lighter traffic, so he now takes it on Fridays, and he got whacked. So it may take a minute. If you're going around Clayton Road, Ballast Road, it's all very backed up.
Skidman says, imagine that 270 being 270. That's from Skidman.
Yeah.
You should have left earlier. Some Sharon's Ladue pool boy, and they are not happy with Doug now. You can text in your frustration with him. Trust me, we are really pissed in here right now. Really pissed. I mean, Jackson it's a little off-brand for you to be throwing things.
Right. I felt it was right, though. I threw a stapler at the area in which Doug sits, pretending that he was there.
Yeah, I like that.
And, so I'm trying my best to work through this, but it's about professionalism, if anything, if nothing else.
Good for you.
You're all cleaned up, son.
Yeah,
Did you clean
you shaved that peach fuzz, bro?
Yeah, I
cleaned
had
up,
to.
buddy.
It was
You
bad.
look good.
Thanks, man.
I like when two guys flirt with each other on a show.
And wear white tennis
shout out to
shoes.
Sports Center.
Tennis shoes. Hey, I'm wearing white tennis shoes. 314-399-9646. That's how you can text in your unhappiness with the program and life. You can also express it in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, youtube.com/TMASTL, where Gorlock9 says Mr. Burkett should have picked Doug up. He is in the
That's a great call.
YouTube chat.
Would have been here on time.
Nope, that's the truth. And then what a treat we have here on the Stiefel dossier today. I thought the lead was the showdown between Buck Swope and Alan Dadeville for the $10,000 8-track system. But no, we got another surprise guest. 8:30. This is big deal.
Oh, no.
What?
Do we have some carryover that hasn't been
forgot to
intended
clear that part out of the...
Because, Tim, that would be a surprise to me.
And you, 99.9% of the time, I believe, if not 100, have been the booker of said surprise guests.
I think that's a little bit of housekeeping.
Yeah, that was my fault.
So when we're chastising Doug for professional,ism
but that
Is everybody just
doesn't
sitting this one
count
out?
during the show. During the show,
I couldn't be more locked in.
Professionalism only counts from the hours of 11:01 a.m. till 6:59 the next day. That's
and
where I
then when we're on the air, we can be unprofessional.
Preferred to be.
Okay. All right. I'm following. So, Martin, we're going to cancel that surprise guest today for 8:30.
What do we got, an hour and a half?
Yeah.
Let's see.
86, the surprise guest.
I'm going to find somebody. I'm not going to say that it's a 10 out of 10. I'm going to find somebody.
I just looked down at the Stiefel dossier, and I'm like, oh, another back-to-back surprise guest days. I don't know if we've had that before.
Is that Papers passive-aggressively telling me to get somebody on at 8:30?
No.
But that Matt Vasgersian was a delight.
It was a great surprise guest and
Tim?
timely.
I grabbed a little lunch to go at Grassi's yesterday.
Oh, did you get the meatball sandwich?
I've been getting the salad with a little grilled chicken. Just trying.
They're TMA listeners in that Grassi's.
Yes, and Cameron said, who was the surprise guest? So he heard us teasing it.
Everybody hopes for Ella Reese, so it's always a disappointment when it's not.
And so I thought, there's a lot of buzz, when we just tease it. So let's just tease. We'll have a surprise guest today at 8:30. Right now, it's a surprise to me as to who it'll be.
Nice.
It's going to be like Fred Bird.
I don't think he talks.
Right. That's what's going to make it so fun. And that way we can assure everybody we have a surprise guest.
It's going to be tough to guess.
What we do have, the Stiefel dossier has been updated right in front of my eyes. Joey Vitale at 8:15. The Colonel, Gabriel P. DeArmond at 9 o'clock. And then, of course, this showdown for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. Essentially, Alan Dadeville or Buck Swope are writing a $10,000 email today. That's it. I can't make it any more simple than that, Martin. At 9:45, approximately, we will read the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. And if Alan Dadeville or Buck Swope wins, they win the $10,000 HVAC system. Because here we are on Friday, January 30th, 2026, with a tie atop the standings. But should the incel from the other side of the couch reappear at the morning after at InsideSTL.com, she could also tie Buck Swope and Alan Dadeville and create a three-way playoff for Monday. So that would just set this thing up where maybe all of Monday's show needs to be the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day at that point, where we just focus on these emails.
Do they replay 18 or do they play the whole course again?
I think it's an aggregate where you play 3 holes. If I'm not mistaken. Tom O'Toole joined us to break that down. And I know we also want to talk Missouri, Mississippi State on Monday, so we have that too.
So you know what you do is you cut a tease right now.
Yeah.
Coming up on Monday, we'll break it down. Mizzou and Mississippi State.
Yeah, sick.
We'll tell you what happened. Yeah. Tune in Monday at 7.
Yeah, that's the one.
Because you cut the promo before it happens. Like if you work at a national show on Friday, the Super Bowl is Sunday. Hey, before you leave, we got to cut that promo. Oh, okay, when's it going to play? All weekend. What a game. What a game. We'll talk all about it.
Pray it's not a blowout.
We'll talk all about it.
Well, we did get a Jim Dandy last night at the Enterprise Center. It had it all. A fight. A blown 2-goal lead, the most dangerous lead in hockey. And then Jimmy Snipes. How do you do with 7 seconds left? The Blues on the receiving end of late goals costing them points. Why they execute one themselves and get the Panthers for the second time this season. Jimmy Snipes, how do you do? Papers, you got that audio?
Yeah.
Here it is.
Buchnevich to Kyrou. His shot blocked. Back to Kyrou. To Buchnevich, far wing, they score! Snuggerud! 7.6 to go! 5-4 St. Louis!
How about that?
Down.
They needed that. Wow, they're up 4-2. Producer Dave
A lot of people in the text inbox are mad they won, just so you know. So when you say they needed that, that's not going to be well received.
But you can still lose 5 out of every 6, and every once in a while have some fun with your fans that show up, get in their car, buy a $30 beer. Every once in a while, it's okay to have a little fun, even if you want the team to get a great draft pick. I would say you can't lose every game. Maybe that's the new motto.
I like that.
Good for them. But when it's 4-2, at the 2 Fox, producer Dave said they'll blow this lead. And then immediately,
Kerber literally on the call was talking about, you got this 2-goal lead.
Yeah, he did.
And then right then, Matthew Tkachuk says, how do you do?
And then
he says, how do you do again?
And then the Blues said, here's what we'll do. We got a lead. We'll keep going into the penalty box. We'll just keep going to the penalty box. But I think the officiating wasn't real solid. 44 total minutes, a lot of penalties, a lot of ill-timed penalties. But it was kind of the perfect scenario. If you're a fan of the Tkachuk family, we are. To see Matthew get off the schneid. Now, he's only played a handful of games. His first goal of the season, he gets 2. To see him have a little success, but also see the boys. This is our squad. To see them win the game. And it's something about the East, Tim, that's their last 4 wins have been against the East. Montreal, Carolina, Tampa, Florida. Maybe the Blues should move to the Eastern Conference.
Yeah, I wonder if they
Papers, you like to call it the Campbell?
SLU goes to the Big East. The Blues go to the Eastern Conference.
Eric Schmidt, send a note to Bettman.
Yeah.
Blues need to move to the Eastern Conference.
Eastward expansion.
With the win, the Blues' chances of making the Stanley Cup playoffs now, Martin, up to 0.9%.
Okay. So Army says he's embarrassed, and the boys respond.
Yep. 0% chance to win the Stanley Cup, but that's something that we're going to look into.
Those are just numbers.
0.9% chance to make the playoffs. The Rangers are sitting at 0.1%, and the Canucks at 0%. There is your breakdown on Money Puck.
Okay. I realize I could be a little childish at times, but as soon as I heard it, I sent papers and email, and I said, please clip and save. Jim Montgomery, and he's a very likable guy, has the ability to crack himself up. And when he does, it's not a little chuckle. He just lets it roar. Papers, what did it tell him? He was describing a Sundqvist goal.
Describe an Oscar Sundqvist goal.
And then really, he gave himself, Tim, a media chuckle.
It's always good to get Jake Neighbors, Jordan Kyrou, and Sonny back. Sonny found his Guy Lafleur, dipsy doodle right through the middle and twisted wrister right in the corner, right? How many times have you seen that from him?
It's like a cat. Was that a cackle? Was that Dr. Evil?
It's like you could hear him priming up his laugh, like he's starting a leaf blower.
Starting a leaf blower.
Can we add? Thank you. Have Monty. Sometimes callers will be trying to do material. Papers, I'd say you could spice it up a little bit, having that ready. Just help them out a little bit.
Sure.
It's time to be real about the reason the Blues suck this year. The new Jinx uniforms. Last night, they wear the clown uniforms and they win. That's from Major Stronzo. Jackson, you've been monitoring this uniform situation very closely. They had 90s night. They brought out the clown uniforms. Yeah. And how do you do, Stanley Cup champions?
I was trying to keep up with that all year, but it's hard to do when you don't watch the games.
Oh!
So I kind of gave up on that.
Yeah,
but that was another win, not in the new uniforms.
They're wearing those 90s unis, and it was pointed out to Chris Pronger on the broadcast doing the middle intermission work, whatever, that it was kind of a 90s kind of game. A lot of fights, kind of old school Blues.
High scoring.
Might have texted 44 and said, there's so many penalties. I thought you were out of retirement. He said, easy, fella.
Nice. God, it's
maybe he'll
like
call
Pronger talks like he texts and he texts like he talks.
He actually does.
When's that interview that he did with you coming out?
I'd forgotten about that. That was about a year ago.
I want to see it.
20 minutes of unedited footage. Somewhere instead of laying on the editing floor, it's in some computer file.
In the annals of the Enterprise Center?
It's probably been deleted, if I had to guess.
Guys, I did the math for Buck Swope on the value of the $10,000 HVAC unit. Taking the $10,000 divided by the number of hours he's worked on something for this show as a non-employee, it comes out to roughly $2.12 an hour. That's from Wedding Tackle, who is pointing to Buck Swope and saying, sure, you might win the $10,000 HVAC unit, but look at all the hours you've spent trying to win the $10,000 HVAC unit. Alan Dadeville and Buck Swope tied atop the leaderboard. Final day of the competition, unless neither one of them wins, and we have a playoff on Monday, a sudden death playoff. If you're Alan Dadeville, if you're Buck Swope, have you already started crafting your email for today at 9:45?
They usually need a little show material to work with. So it's a little early. Pen and paper are ready. Does Dadeville have electricity? Are we sure of that?
That's true.
Does Buck Swope have a home? Are we sure of that? These are things that might need to be vetted before we hand out the prize.
So they will be emailing in, and then if the incel from the other side of the couch wins, that is forcing a three-way playoff on Monday for the $10,000 HVAC unit. You can send yours in and just try and keep them from winning. The more you can be the spoiler. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. That's the Design Air Heating and Cooling email address on the Stiefel dossier, and it comes your way at approximately 9:45. The Colonel, Gabriel P. DeArmond, with us at 9 o'clock, and Joey Vitale at 8:15. That is what we have for you here on today's presentation. Design Air is the sponsor of the email of the day online at designairservice.com. Martin's going to get even colder once again this weekend. Designairservice.com is where you can go. Martin's a client, Doug's a client, I'm a client, and they are the longest running sponsor in TMA history. And Seth Goldcamp came up with this promotion for the month of January to get a HVAC system as the prize for the winner of the Emailer of the Month. And that's what he's delivering either today or Monday. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling. Today, a low of 7. Tomorrow, a low of 7. Sunday, a low of 6. If your HVAC unit goes out, just go to designairservice.com. No upselling. They're going to fix it, and that is that. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. Doug Vaughn has just made his way into the Stiefel studios, and Doug, Jackson is furious with you.
Well, I bet he is. I'm furious with the world.
No.
I left my house about 6:15 for what should have been a 15, 20-minute commute. It's an hour later. I'm just getting here.
Sharon's Ladue pool boy said you should have left earlier.
Yeah?
I should have. It's usually 15, 20 minutes straight up Lindbergh today. Nope. You know what I'll do? It's Friday. I'll just go up 270. Jam-packed. And I'm telling you, 15 seconds after I got on 270, that's when I hear on the radio, don't go 270. North of Manchester, wreck. It's going to be gridlock. You know what I'll do? I'll just get off and go ballast. That's no better. That's no better. That was jammed up. I want to speak to the vice president of 270 and find out why he can't get that construction wrapped up so we can move up and down the highway. I have never been this upset, and many times I've been hopping mad. Oh, I'm full of the old Ned today.
I like the old Ned.
So, Tim, he's either going to be no good to us or he's going to be really good to us.
I'll be absolutely no good to anyone
I think
today.
this hostile.
Blues got a Jim Dandy, and they're up to 0.9% to make the playoffs.
I watched that.
Hostile Doug I like.
Were you at the game?
No, I just watched it at home.
Can people call in and you can berate them?
314-974-0101.
You want to get berated? Call into Vaughn right now.
Kind of can get a chance to cuck somebody. Get ready for the weekend.
I always just go right up Lindbergh. That's what I do. Right up Kirkland Road, right up Lindbergh. Leisurely drive, 20, 25 minutes, I'm there. Nope, today, it's Friday. There'll be no one on 270. It's usually later. Was I ever wrong? Who's managing that construction effort out there? It's been under construction for 5 years. Let's go.
I almost texted you, Doug, but the time I saw it, it was probably too late. Let me ask, though, before you got on 270, did you stop for one of them Arnold Palmers?
No, I don't
you didn't
stop.
Stop for a little grease mist, a little snack?
No, I never stopped.
Yeah.
Hey, Doug, everybody's tired of you bitching about your job.
Yeah.
I always went, for more than 30 years, I commuted from Sunset Hills to downtown on Highway 44. Highway 44 is God's highway. There's almost never a problem.
And they never shut it down to fix it for a couple of years, only to be exactly the same?
No, didn't have that issue. I guess maybe I'm still not used to 270. It hasn't always been this rough, has it? Over the years, 270's usually flown pretty well. Not anymore, mister. Not anymore,
Doug, you got to
mister.
stick with what works, okay?
I guess
Coaches
so.
say just stick with what works. But hopefully everybody's okay. It was a bad 6-car pileup right around 270 and 40. So let's hope everybody's okay.
Right where those construction lanes knock out the
There's a
middle.
lot going on in that whole area there.
You're driving about 60 miles an hour, a foot and a half away from those cement barriers.
Yeah, it is crazy. I try to get out of that lane as quickly as possible if I can.
Big old mess. Tim, I think the origin of Thoughts and Prayers, I really think it was one of the Fridays you booked a harlot and it was on like the dossier. But so we're like, all right, coming up next.
Doug,
Tim,
you think that sentence has ever been uttered before? You booked a harlot.
It's Tim's Harlot of the Week, brought to you by, whatever, the Smut Shop. And then they weren't there. So we'd spent all this time promoting it. So I think I made some offhand joke about.
I think you're correct. Nice origin story.
Where's the harlot?
Wow.
Dingbat. What I said something offhand that was offensive. And then they called and said she'd been in a car accident. So then I had to walk it back and say, well, clearly thoughts and prayers. So now we throw a lot. There's the name of the segment.
It might be. It's going to be tough to be better than Tim booked a harlot.
All right, so Doug, we have a surprise guest at 8:30.
I heard that.
That's what it said in the Stiefel dossier.
The only issue is we don't really have one, so it's a surprise.
It was a retroactive surprise.
I'm going to look for a
my
harlot,
read
Tim.
based on the Stiefel dossier. Papers had a little late night last night, and the Stiefel dossier was not tended to in advance of the show. Is that a correct read?
Well, maybe not.
A couple Thursday sips.
Maybe not a comprehensive, filling out of the dossier. but some aspects certainly were tended to. The
not segment 7-1 though.
The A block was left unkempt, which is my fault.
Which is what you do in the news business. The top block you don't really worry about.
Yeah,
you get yourself a nice kicker.
Yeah,
little animal story.
You worry about the end.
Top story, don't worry about it.
Water skiing squirrel always works.
Yeah, that's
Zip's got it for you.
Right. Again, not classically trained, so it's just
the water skis. So the segment 7.
The cat goes up the line. The cat goes down the line. Ah, yes.
It was the pigeon.
Oh, the pigeon.
The pigeon goes up the line. The pigeon goes down the line.
My bestest buddies.
The pigeon.
Bill O'Reilly. So segment 7-2, I've noticed, Tim, has been updated, and it's called "Can't Lose Them All." But I believe we just uttered that in the first segment.
Yeah.
So this dossier is alive.
It is a living, breathing document.
Yeah.
Just be honest with me. Did you have a nip of the cooking, Sherry, last night?
I did, but that doesn't.
Oh yeah,
There it is. That's it.
But
no
that-
further questions, Your Honor.
Looks like you're plastered.
Yeah.
But the dossier can be bad when I'm
true.
stone cold sober the night
No,
before.
in your defense, that's true.
Yeah, it can happen all the time. So I don't see that being a reason why it would be less than stellar.
You went out to watch Cooper Flag drop 49.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I went out to watch Cooper Flag and Con Knipple.
And today you're wearing a hat. Yesterday you said you were going to go hatless.
Oh, yeah,
to let
good
the hair
observation.
Yeah, I know. This morning it was a whole
There
thing.
we go.
My hair just was all over the place. And I was
Boy,
like,
there must have been a pony last night.
No, and then I watched part of the YouTube broadcast yesterday, and it's not necessarily my hair, but the angle at which I'm shot, which is like the worst angle humanly possible for myself, and like it's just right on the crown, and I was like, I don't want to deal with that on a Friday.
Okay.
What's that? People attacking your thing?
No, I didn't even see people attacking it. It was me seeing it, which is an attack in itself. Me having to look at it. It's like constantly being handed the mirror at the barbershop.
Can we get you a good hair piece?
I'm working. I got.
We got a new segment.
I got irons in the fire, baby. I got irons in the fire.
You're looking at getting a toupee?
No,
There's
I got
nobody under the age of like I don't know what that's wearing a.
Well, there'll be a day one day
that you're going to wear a toupee.
No, that the toupee industry will probably improve. I don't know. But
Wow.
But no, I got a nice hair treatment at our friends at Healthcare Evolution.
Sponsor the 7 o'clock hour, Doug. That's healthcare-evolution.com.
So that's settling in. That's we've started that process. I got other processes cooking. I got things going, but it's not ready yet. You know? Sometimes you got to keep the Corvette with the hood over it, the little drape.
The little drape. You could be the face of
this next movement.
Yeah, because you'll say toupee, touche.
Yeah, I'll be like Urlacher.
Yeah.
I feel like he was like one of the first to get like the newer form
Full
of restoration.
Wow, Jackson's still drunk, huh? That's from Bill Reloaded. So he's making an observation in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat that you are pressing the ones and twos intoxicated.
No, I only ever came into the show really hungover once when we were on HD2. I got lit up the night before the Blues game, and that was a bad decision. I came in limping. So never again.
I want you to nap today, be rested, because we got a big one tonight.
I'm
We're
ready.
less than 12 hours.
P-O-N-Y.
I'm ready.
You ain't got no alibi, a pony.
No nap needed. I'm ready.
Wow.
Yeah.
Billikens tip. Just
7
past
p.m.
7.
Yeah, I'll be ready.
Chaffetz Arena.
I'll be taking the Ken Dog.
Yeah, Ken Dog will be there.
Doug, did you see the price of tickets for this tonight on StubHub?
Yeah,
Forget about
I
it.
saw some. Is it still going up? I imagine it is.
God, I think it's like the cheapest ticket to get in the building is $185. You horse plowing me out here?
Wow.
I wonder if they've ever had that situation at Chaffetz since the building opened.
Really? I don't think so.
Probably not. I don't remember a game that would have drawn that kind of attention.
Let me see what I got here. This was StubHub as of I posted this on the TMA fan page on Facebook, which Jackson does a wonderful job of moderating. 173, the cheapest ticket at the time of posting, and if you wanted to sit in the section where Jackson and Doug will be, you would be paying $1,164.
Yeah.
You think anyone will bite on that?
That's how we do it. That's how we roll.
It's about what I paid. I don't know what you paid.
Yeah, about that.
So it's going to be a pony. I mean, so you're still, you're hair of the dog, I guess, here. I mean, you're going to carry it over from this morning.
Oh, I'm getting after it tonight.
Are you really?
Sure.
Ken Dog? Because the Ken Dog gets that? What does he drink? Scotch, man?
He likes to get after it, too.
Does he really?
I got a whole crew of people going tonight. It's going to be great.
Right?
Yeah.
Private Citizen Pete, we're going to meet them all. Oatmeal, we'll meet them. Herb, we'll meet them.
I wish Oatmeal was here.
I got neighbor Brendan texting me. He's Coach Brendan for our third graders. Texted me last night. See you at Humphreys. I said,
Pony.
Everybody's in on it. The plan.
Are you working tonight, or are you going?
No.
Yeah, you're going as a fan?
Yes.
Hell yeah.
Oh, nice. No 2 Fox?
No 2 Fox.
Nice.
They'll be covering it fully.
Yeah.
We had that Ishan Sharma on the show last night. What a delight.
He seems like a delight.
Really smart kid.
Yeah.
UVA.
Yeah. And it's interesting because Schertz recruits him. And Schertz admitted, he said, well, then he was too good for Indiana State, so we stopped recruiting him. Goes to Virginia. He's on the team as a freshman, and Tony Bennett, who recruited him, decides to quit right before the season starts.
So he didn't go to Virginia because of that?
Well, no, he was on the team last year. But you're ready for the season.
Right.
You've been there for a few months, and all of a sudden the coach that you really like just says, all right, I'm out.
One of the greats.
So I love Tony Bennett. So that was the end of his Virginia. He said, Schertz, being at SLU, immediately said, what about this? And man, the guy can just shoot.
I like how Rammer said every time he makes one, it says instant Sharma, like a instant karma reference.
You get that?
Yeah. Yoko.
It's Dayton. Why? That's from Evil Calvin. He is not happy with the Billikens' success.
That's like he was the Grinch. Like, let people have some fun and be happy.
I think with all the excitement leading up to this game, the sellout crowd coming off a big win, I think they'll just roll over Dayton tonight.
I don't know. Doug with a play.
I need to take Dayton now.
I think they'll just beat them without a sweat.
They certainly will be fired up. You know that. Yeah. The question is, Dayton has been flailing themselves, so either they shut her down and get stomped and make a change at coach sometime either in the near future or after the season, or the Billikens are in a battle for a team that's fighting for its life. Doug, you always like to bet.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the number updated this morning, Martin. We got 10.5. St. Louis University minus 10.5. The over-under is what the Tam Avenue Capital Partners like to do on the Billiken total. That's where we like to go. And the over-under, Jackson, 151.5.
Little low. Yeah. Little low.
Is Dayton a defensive ball club?
Yeah.
Are they? You actually know that?
I'm shipping the over here.
The last few games, they've given up 81, 67, 51 points.
Billikens total, 81.5. You know that they're going to try to get the people Shake Shack. Yeah. They get to 80, Martin, you get a free Shake Shack burger. Order some crinkle cuts.
Doesn't it, my plan of action is wait until the Billikens, maybe if there's an opportunity, they're trailing by like 6.
Oh, wow, look at this guy.
10 minutes left in the first half, that's when you hammer them. That's when you hammer them.
They're going to mount their Sunday charge?
Well, I mean, what kind of deficit did they cut against George Washington? 14, 15-point deficit?
I'm going to find papers during the game. We're going to have a couple of brews rolling. We're going to hold up the phone. Robbie, pick up. Pick up.
Doug, Gateway Dreamfields, who has entered a thesis that the only reason that we are talking about St. Louis University is we're getting paid.
Right.
And we did announce yesterday, well, I announced, because I felt like, okay, this guy's onto it, that I did receive $10,000 in cash. I'm not going to give the source, but then Doug said he got $15,500, so I got a little irritated with that. But hey, good negotiating on you.
This is the NIL era, the transfer portal era. You get what you can get. Not everybody makes the same amount of money. Not everyone pays the same for an airline ticket, nor gets paid the same to talk about the Billikens. It's just where we are.
Stop talking SLU. Oh. Talk Super Bowl. Talk Mizzou portal. Talk Mizzou basketball. Talk about the Cardinal roster. That's Gateway Dreamfields.
Okay.
And he wants his name to be changed to Sparky from St. Charles, Jackson. And I guess you got to do that on Monday.
Oh, yeah, I guess.
Doesn't sound like there's a lot of passion, but at the same time, this guy is absolutely intoxicated.
Yeah.
Well, he just doesn't seem like a guy who's going to be even thankful I did it.
Well, Martin, you like text history? Sparky was complaining about us talking about the Billikens last January. I got to be honest with you. Why the hell were we talking about the Billikens last January? The
Shame on us.
I know. Back then, I agree with Sparky. A different program now. But Sparky, I guess, has a a thing with the Billikens, and I don't know what the history is. Sparky, you're welcome to call in like Kwame Voyukis IV did, 314-974-0101. When you combine Doug and I's compensation for talking about the Billikens, it's $25,500 in cash. Martin, what did you get, if you don't mind me asking? I don't know if you signed an NDA.
T-shirt.
Free
Did you get a T-shirt?
In fact, I put a picture out of the Ready for the Blizzard. All the T-shirts are out, and I'm new here, but you guys kind of have a weird following. So as soon as I put that on X, somebody sent it back and said, that's why you show up, Martin, with your shirt off, because they've got a T-shirt waiting for you. So Jackson said yesterday he wouldn't be wearing a coat, even though it'll be 2 degrees. Now they're suggesting you don't need to wear a shirt, Doug, because there's a T-shirt waiting for you.
Really?
Yeah, sitting at your chair, all ready.
Ain't gonna take off that shirt, you hear?
Nice.
Tim, what's in Jackson's coffee this morning? A little Bailey's? That's from the Baldwin Bandit.
Nope. Just black coffee.
Okay, well, as cold as it is in the studio, you might want some Baileys.
Is it cold in here?
It's about 20 degrees.
Well, I'll turn up the heat.
I don't think it's that bad.
We were just focusing on you getting to work, Doug.
Okay.
First, you take 3 weeks off, then the guy just rolls in when he feels like it.
Yeah, I love it when you scream my name, baby.
If you guys start talking Cardinal roster, I am really out, and I'll just find another show to listen to. That's from the Hunchback of Vaughn Castle, who I think has been around, Martin, perhaps dating back to the morning grind days.
Wow, but that would be
the breaking point, is talking Cardinal roster for him. Sparky in St. Charles wants anything but St. Louis University talk here on this program, including Mizzou portal talk, Doug, which I know you wanted to talk about.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting portal season for the Tigers, unlike most other schools. So portal in, portal out. That's what I say.
You lay it on me, Gabe.
Okay, and we'll just see what this portal brings.
Doug, what if SLU wins big tonight? The town's buzzing about it. Do the Board of Curators immediately give Drinkwitz a raise?
Gonna have to.
You think it'll happen?
Gonna have to.
Hold on a second.
Gonna hang on to it.
Drinkwitz a raise?
Yeah.
So the Billiken win tonight gets him another extension?
Because his name has been mentioned as a possible coach.
Because if Schertz leaves, if Schertz were to leave and there's an opening, then Drinkwitz's name will be on the list.
God bless him.
And then you have a Board of Curators
up for
meeting.
everything. Sparky couldn't get into SLU. He had to settle for Northwest Missouri State. Yikes. That's from Brian Henshin, who I guess has already looked into this situation. But that's what he's doing while he waits to find out if the Colts get the Super Bowl alternate appearance next week if the Seahawks are not able to attend.
They're going to fly the Colts up there if the Seahawks can't make it.
That's correct.
Okay.
Santa Clara. Doug is right. The G-Dub game was a classic look ahead. Hammer SLU tonight. That's from Jugs in D.C. And to Jugs in D.C.'s credit, he is a George Washington alum. He was on George Washington on Tuesday night, and he says, take the Billikens tonight. This guy is making picks and making us money. What was our pick yesterday? Who made the pick yesterday and
Papers
did it hit?
did, I believe.
Yeah.
What'd you got and what'd you have for us?
Nets, the Brooklyn Nets money line.
Or you like MPJ, your old buddy,
Oh, yeah.
your fellow classmate, to go off.
You were so boozed up last night, you don't even know the outcome of the game. I can tell you're looking for
They
it.
lost.
Wow, this guy.
What were you drinking last night for the Rills?
Red wine.
Look at this guy with a snifter, huh?
How many
what I do.
snifters you have, bro?
It was a 2-glass evening.
This effing guy.
Full pours, though.
Can I ask where you got these glasses of wine? Eh?
Can you ask where I got a restaurant in the Central West End?
Restaurant in the
That's
Central West
gonna
End.
that's gonna activate weirdly Eric in the Central West End.
Hope so. Yeah, it was a lovely evening.
Tenderloin room?
No, it was good. It was a nice restaurant, though. It was good.
Wow.
Do we get to hear which restaurant it was?
No, you don't.
Why?
How about that? Fine.
Gosh.
It was brasserie.
Was it really?
Yeah. It was nice. French.
French. Oh, here we go.
Clean.
Here we-
Eric in the Central West End's imploding.
There you go.
What, so I can
There's the bait.
what? The French food's no good?
You know what'll happen to that. Libby Jack, French.
Because I gotcha.
Well, he is a little. This kid's a tick off.
I'm telling you.
A tick off.
I'm a Dayton fan. Take the points with the Flyers, but they will lose. They show up for big games. That's from the Bridgeton Landfill Fume Huffer. There are a lot of Dayton alums in the St. Louis area.
I don't think he's a Flyer, but Dan Walsh, friend of the show, U-High guy, said Dayton hasn't lost 4 in a row since 2012.
Wow.
Now, SLU has not beaten the Flyers since 23. They owe these guys.
I don't think they'll
Doug,
have any trouble.
will you storm the court, Doug?
Probably so. In that blue T-shirt that's going to be on the chair?
Probably white.
White?
Yeah, it's Blizzard, bro.
Okay. Oh, I see. Yeah, I'll probably be the first one on the court.
Come here, big fella.
Jackson, as you are the host of Movie Boy and now Dressing for the Boys. Is that what it's called?
Dressing for the Boys, yeah.
The Billikens have the white shirts on all of the seats already ready to go, but also there is a rumor that both Nikki Glaser and John Hamm are going to be in attendance. I know you are locked in to Hollywood with the Movie Boy podcast. What are your sources telling you?
I've heard that. I don't know. It's been like a rumor now for a couple of weeks.
Where did that start?
Reddit, I believe.
And Reddit is usually right.
Right, yeah. It's usually in journalism school now they teach you 3 sources. Unless it's Reddit, you can just roll with that. So I don't know. That'd be great. I think we'd still probably be the bigger draw, you know? Like if it was a marquee, our names would be TMA night, and then in smaller print, Nikki Glaser and John Hamm.
Nice.
So it doesn't really matter to me, but I'll be on the lookout for them.
Last night was Rizzuto show night at the Blues game.
Yeah, saw that.
They got to roll that back since they won.
Except that was for real.
What do you mean?
The Rizzuto night.
What are you trying to say about TMA night?
Well, I don't know if it's really taken hold yet.
My mom was over at the house yesterday afternoon. She goes, "Oh, that's cool that they're doing a TMA night."
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Oh, she got?
I said, I think we just kind of, and by we, I just kind of came up with that idea. Yeah. So I don't know if I don't know how.
Really?
I don't know. I don't know if she'd be considered a P1. You know, over the 20
just samples here and there.
Yeah.
I've been asked before how Paper's got a place in the Hamptons.
Oh yeah, I've had my mom.
Really vacations in the Hamptons?
I've had my mom be like,
that I don't do manual labor because I went to St. Louis U High.
Yeah, my mom's been like, when did you join not 1 but 2 country clubs? I was like, well, Mom, you know I don't belong to any. She's like, well, you said on the show. Okay.
John Hamm is not a true son. He needs to be in Como tomorrow for the Tigers' Sundress Saturday. That's from the co-founder of Fairmount Park Players Club.
You can be a fan of both.
Yeah.
You can be a fan of both the Billikens and the Tigers and Illinois if you want.
That upsets wings of each fan base. Not, I think, the majority of fan base, but wings of the fan base. Maybe the Tiger nationalists don't like when, you know, there are people who cheer for 2 teams.
Yeah, I think it's...
But I think there are also some Billiken fans who don't like when Missouri fans... I don't know. It's a weird deal. I know it can... It's kind of like when you're a parent and you only have one kid, and then you're like, well, how can I possibly... And then another kid comes along, you go, oh.
Yeah.
That's my analogy. I don't know if it works. I don't know.
I think it's
just focus on having a threesome and how you can pay attention to both.
Whoa.
I'm trying to make analogies. I'm trying to tell stories that people can relate to because I'm too smart for people and I communicate above their level of capacity.
So do you just walk around all day going,
It's tough for someone with ADD. I can tell you that firsthand. I think it's more a basketball thing. Like football-wise, I feel like people are kind of locked down their team, whereas basketball, they can kind of spread the love. Mm-hmm. And so I think it's more of a basketball element, especially if you're bringing SLU into it, considering they don't have football.
I was pulling for Notre Dame last year in the college football playoff, mainly for my parents. But if Missouri were to play Notre Dame, I'd be 100% Missouri.
Right.
And it wouldn't even be a sweat.
Right. Like, I don't think that there's like a divided allegiance at all when it comes to football, whereas basketball, it's like so many games, you know, teams are so up and down every year. It's too difficult.
I love how parents are asked. You know, they like Kelly Thames played at Mizzou. Son goes to SLU. Hey, if they play each other, who you... Well,
that was the title of the podcast this week. Yeah. There was a real debate.
Was there?
Well, there was in the YouTube.
Did we talk? Maybe
there
we
was
talked
the
about
debate
it.
between.
Then Brody was one of the people. Brody Herman, Ed Herman's son, was one of the people saying, "I'm not sure what he'll do." And
Come on, Brody.
And then he goes, "Yeah, I thought about it. Kelly Thames would probably cheer for St. Louis University." So there you go.
Yeah, I think you'd cheer for your son. Kind of without controversy.
You can text in. Many are choosing to do so, and we're grateful for your listenership at 314-399-9646. And we've got a gentleman by the name of Smooth who wants to call in about the fight, and so I guess we'll go to him on the other side of the break.
I think he was a correspondent for us last year, the VCU fight.
So, yeah, that's right, Martin. Nicely done. So he's locked and loaded with some insight for this evening. Joey Vitale at 8:15 on the Stiefel dossier.
Tim, would Smooth be a surprise guest?
I think that counts as a surprise guest.
There you go. Done. Way to go,
Gabe DeArmond at 9 o'clock, brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. And then, Doug, we have a $10,000 $10,000 Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up at 9:45. If Buck Swope wins, he wins the $10,000 HVAC system.
Big day
if
for
Alan Dadeville wins, he wins the $10,000 HVAC system. If the incel from the other side of the couch wins, we have a 3-way playoff on Monday. And if none of them win, we have Buck Swope versus Alan Dadeville on Monday for the showdown of all showdowns, all concocted in the mind of Design Air Heating and Cooling owner Seth Goldcamp. A brilliant promotion for the month of January. The Morning After at InsideSTL.com. If you want your business to give away a prize for the month of February winner, email me at McKernan at InsideSTL.com, and you can own the month of February like Seth came up with the brilliant promotion for the month of January. The Morning After at InsideSTL.com. Email me if you want to get involved on the program, McKernan at InsideSTL.com. Joey Vitale, Gabe DeArmond, and the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. The drops of the week in Smooth with some kind of insider report on the other side of the break here on TMA. Presented by Brown and Crouppen from the Stiefel Studios on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Doug Phil Collins joining us as a surprise guest today.
He'd be great.
It's his birthday.
Oh.
What do you think he is? You think 80?
Oh, he's pretty old now.
No, not that old, though. Not that old.
I'm going to say he's 82.
Oh, no.
Martin feels real good about the under. Might as well bet the bankroll.
75.
I'm going to go over on 75, but you're so confident that I'm intimidated, candidly. I'm holding pocket tens.
I don't know.
But I don't want to go set mining. It's 7-1 to flop a set.
80, you got like the Stones and Zeppelin, and they were a little ahead of this guy. So that 80 is too high.
Phil Collins turned 75 today.
This Martin Kilcoyne, and I mean, it was a good fold. It was a good. He was just so strong. He could have extracted value by playing at coin, but he was so strong. I'm like, he's got aces or kings. He's got to.
I really wasn't sure. He just didn't feel 80.
I think he's in poor health now, though, isn't he?
I know he stopped performing because people made fun of his music. Isn't that unbelievable? All the hits that he had, the money that he made. I think he did a tour with Genesis in the last year or two, and then that was it. Shut her down.
I see a picture here of him performing. Looks like he had to do it in a chair. Maybe they're making fun of the fact that he's just old and shouldn't still be performing.
No, but there was a thing for a while where it really upset him. Because a lot of the music, Studio, Doug, you like that song? That was a little poppy. Maybe it didn't have the depth that some people...
He has around the clock, live-in nurse care at the moment.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I'd heard that
he has to sit in a chair while performing because he had a back operation.
He had a lot of hits.
Well, if he doesn't call at 8:30, I'll know why. That's fine.
Okay.
We do know that Joey Vitale is going to be with us coming off the Blues win last night. That's at 8:15 on your Stiefel dossier here on TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. The Colonel with us at 9 o'clock, getting you ready for the Mississippi State game. That might be a quick appearance by the Colonel, being honest with you, unless Jackson's got some questions. And then we got maybe Phil Collins. We've got the drops of the week, and then we got the $10,000 HVAC system brought to you by Design Air Heating and Cooling on the line today at 9:45 with the email of the day. So much going on this presentation, including insiders calling in, Doug. Smooth is on the Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Smooth, good morning. You were an insider last year for the Billikens game where there was a fight with VCU fans, and now you've got more insight.
Yeah, good morning. This is Smooth. That's Smooth with 3 O's. It's a pleasure to be back on the show. I heard one of the texts that you mentioned earlier say it was about this time last year when the Billikens were being mentioned. You was wondering why. So I just wanted to go ahead and call in because, as you just said, a year ago today was when VCU was playing SLU, of course, at the Chaffetz. And I mentioned to you last year that it was my mom's first time going to a SLU basketball game. So, of course, that was an experience that she won't ever forget, it being her first time. But first off, Doug, I want to say I felt your pain when you came in to the studio ranting about the Highway 270 thing. It is definitely a mess, so hopefully that definitely does get cleared up very soon than later, because it is a mess.
Did you get stuck in that today?
No, I didn't, but like I said, I saw your frustration and the anger, so I definitely understand where you're coming from.
Oh, well, thanks.
You know, everywhere is crazy. But, I just wanted to just once again let y'all know about last year, because Philip Russell, for those who don't know, he was a standout player for Vaughn High School. Then he went to SLU for 1 year. Then went to VCU. And the reason of that fight is because his mother, who was in the stands about maybe 2 or 3 rows ahead of me, throughout the whole game, she was, yelling, rooting, whatever. And anytime someone was against her son, she would just have an attitude about it. And it got to a point where it just boiled up. She turned around to a fan that was maybe 1 row ahead of me, and they started exchanging some words. It got personal. And then all of a sudden, one of the family members from VCU, Philip Russell, came and walked past my mom and I and just swung on the guy. And then all of a sudden, SLU went viral, and not because of basketball, but because of that fight. So I just wanted to bring that up, man, because that was just something that I'll never forget. And I was trying to go to the game tonight, but unfortunately, it's like pretty much sold out, and I wasn't going to pay, super extra just to get in tonight. So hopefully I'll get a chance again to experience a SLU game where it's just really about basketball, not about the fight. But it was just a crazy experience last year.
Smooth, are you in? So you're not in the broadcast business? I was saying this guy might be credentialed. This feels like a reporter to me. We got to get this guy on press row.
Well, hey, I wouldn't mind, but I do want to say, because I mentioned last time that I do have a sports talk show called the Platform Sports Talk Show. And
I've been on Smooth's show, if I'm not mistaken, right?
There we go. I think, Doug, about this time last year, I mentioned how Tim was one of my favorite guests on the show.
All right, that's enough.
Okay.
I was going to try and help get this guy a credential. Now I'm out.
Martin is withdrawing. Yeah.
But now, like I said, Tim, it was a great conversation. But I have it's the Platform Sports Talk Show Network. Goes down every Wednesday, 7 p.m. Central Standard Time. I have the Man Cave, all fellas, and I say where anything can go down. Then I have Ladies Night, called them the best panel of ladies. So Ladies Night, So Ladies Night every first Wednesday of the month. The Man Cave every last Wednesday. I have an amazing panelist. I call them my family, just like how y'all are in the studio. So I love what y'all doing. Jackson.
Yes, sir.
Talking about the NBA.
Hell yeah.
I love it, man.
Hell yeah.
Keep going with
Probably
it.
going to get an update here soon, I think.
Hell yeah. Con Nipple, Cooper Flag.
And especially with the pending trade of Giannis.
Yeah.
Wherever he goes, he's going to automatically probably have that team be the top of the food chain in regards to going to the playoffs.
There's a great meme of him wearing an Alabama jersey. He's saying that he's going to leave the NBA. He's going to go play for the Tide.
Now, Smooth, we got VCU coming to play the Billikens here next month.
February 20th, Doug.
You expect more hostilities?
Because Philip Russell isn't on the team anymore,
No.
I don't think so. Because once again, that was strictly an issue with Philip Russell.
Doug, pay attention.
Yeah.
All right.
And his family. But yes, Martin, I know that you're the plug, so I'm usually kind of like the plug in regards to getting guests on my show. So if we can connect, give me some press row. I can make some things happen on my end too. It'll be an honor. I also have the privilege before I go to have Danny Mac on the Platform Sports Talk Show about 2 years ago. And it was around the time where he would just let go from the Cardinals and the whole nine, and he was able to be vulnerable and open up. And it was also another one of the great shows. So he's a great guy. But once again, a little what y'all doing, keep entertaining, and keep having fun doing what y'all do.
Smoothproductions.com. The Twitter handle is 314 Sports Talk.
There we go.
Martin the Plug. You just like Lena.
The plug.
I don't know. I thought the plug was.
Jackson, that makes you Adam 22.
I thought the plug was when somebody had the pot. Like I thought the plug meant you were like the drug
Martin
dealer.
the Plug. Lena the Plug. Doug, who do you like? You like Lena the Plug or Martin the Plug?
Yeah,
Martin the plug.
Rank your plugs.
Thank you, Smooth.
Hey, my pleasure once again. I appreciate y'all. And that's Smooth Production, Smooth with 3 O's.
Smooth dog.
Who's plugging what?
Well, Josh Bob Bill, who shares a building with Keisha Gray, not Lena the Plug, says, can I call in with a tale from a year ago and promote my business? He's not happy
come on.
with Smooth.
The early texters were saying they were all lemmings for Smooth. I like that voice. I'm going to do some voice work.
I went in on the Man Cave.
You went in. It's all men.
Get papers on the show.
Where I'm comfortable.
I'll tell you what, this Billiken buzz is starting to. Sam Laporta, the great tight end for the Detroit Lions.
Illinois.
Highland, Illinois.
His dad's a TMA listener.
His dad is
How
a
come
lemming.
Sam hasn't been on the program then?
Yeah, Joe. So his dad, Joe Laporta, just texted, fellas, I just happened to get some tickets tonight. Hopefully I'll see y'all down
How about
there.
that?
Joe Laporta from Highland checking in on the Billiken buzz. Now, if I could just get Smooth a credential, if the Dish is listening, maybe we can workshop
I think
this.
that needs to happen, don't you? Bottle service at Lorenzini's. Sparklers. Jackson, isn't the best when the girls come out with the sparklers to let everybody know you just got bottle service?
That's the whole point.
Do they do
it's
that?
like it's you better believe it.
That's the
it's
whole-
like
literally the whole point.
it's like a lighthouse for bachelorette parties.
Now they have the signs,
Or the divorce party. Take your pick. Either way, somebody get nice.
They had like the little marquee signs, and it'd be like Martin the Plug is what it would say.
Martin the Plug. That adds to the tips that you get with the sparklers. You go, boy, this is a great service. Here's another 1,000.
Yeah.
Not since the Dizzle called me pots and pans have I been
50 grand pots and pans.
Have I been so confused?
Pots and pans.
Doug Mike wants to talk about it here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. That's where Joey Vitale is going to join us at 8:15 on the Stiefel dossier. But now it's Mike's time. Good morning, Mike.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Oh, we're fine, Mike. How are you?
Hey, doing good. Hey, I just want to comment on something you brought up about Phil Collins. Hey, the reason why he stopped performing is the fact that he lost dexterity due to some rheumatoid-type severe arthritis in his hands and his arms. And so he couldn't drum anymore, and then it started to affect his back, and so he couldn't stand, and he had to kind of slump over. And then apparently he also had some issues with his vocal cords. So that's the reason why he stopped touring. One of the problems that people have always said was that he had such a strong voice through his career, and then when he tried to tour, he just had nothing left in the tank anymore.
Okay.
Right. The kind of thing that happens when you're 75 years old, unfortunately.
Exactly. And you've been drumming all your life, and your joints go bad.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm sure touring
keep up the good work.
Okay, sorry to interrupt you.
Mike is on the go. Doug wanted to chat. Mike was out.
Just 30 minutes ago, you guys were chatting about iced tea.
Yeah, I like iced tea.
According to the 2000 BBC biography of Phil Collins, the critics sneering at him, bad publicity caused some problems. It damaged his public profile. The rock historian wrote that Phil Collins truly polarized opinions from the start. His ubiquitous smugness and increasingly sterile pop made him a favorite target.
Sterile pop?
His ubiquitous smugness and increasingly sterile pop made him a favorite target for critics. There you have it.
Huh.
And there you have it.
This guy has a 3-foot plug inside of himself. Less talky, more bleachy. That's from Steven Time. Doug, you know him as one of the brothers Time. There's Ed.
Yeah.
There's Steven. That was Steven.
And Father Time.
I think so. Guys, as a SLU alum, I'm flying in from Denver today for the game. That's from Mile High Twink. The Mile High Twink.
Is that a new report?
New report.
Well, now I feel bad for Phil Collins.
But does seem to be in poor health.
Yeah.
The man turned 75 today. We will feature his music.
It would take a real rare bird to be able to tour and give live concert performances pretty much solo at the age of 75. That's a whole different thing, carrying on a live concert as opposed to getting in the studio and having 5 shots at a song until you get it just right.
I mean, he's a drummer. I mean, really, that's the gig.
Yeah, and a singer.
But I mean, I think when you think of Phil Collins, if you're not all that familiar, you would think of him as a vocalist. But, you know, the famous drums of In the Air that we just played, that's him. I mean, that's kind of his gig. So when he would tour back when he was healthy, he would still play the drums while singing. So that obviously has been taken away. We're getting a lot of Phil Collins texts. I didn't expect it. That one, Doug, that's what I'm talking about. That's Phil Collins right there doing that.
Well, when you can have somebody else could play the drums and come up with that sound, nobody's going to sound like him singing.
I can feel Doug.
I beg your pardon, sir.
Martin, he really is S-faced.
Just, you know, little lull.
Is that, I mean...
little musical interlude.
That's the liquor talking there.
Is that an HR situation that you're going to go to management and say at approximately 7:58 this morning on WXOS in St. Louis, I was sexually harassed by my board operator?
Keep that in my hip pocket.
You take that right to HR, which has been moved out of state, but you take that down the hall and ask them who you can call.
Sharon in Clayton does not like Doug calling it an age excuse. F that age excuse. 60 is the new 30. If you take care of yourself along the way, anything is possible. I refuse to give in. That's Sharon in Clayton.
Well, it is for some. I mean, you see the Rolling Stones still going strong.
I was thinking about that. When you said that about Phil Collins, I'm picturing Mick Jagger in his 80s still just dancing all over the place.
But most can't. You can take as good a care of yourself as possible, but if you still get hit with something, there's not much you can do about it. If you have a heart attack, or in this case, arthritis, it's crippled them up. Doesn't matter that you did 50 push-ups when you were 50 years old.
Okay. Jeez.
No.
My prediction on papers is to be sound asleep at about 2 o'clock, and at 6,
I would bet on a nap today.
And I'm going to call him and say, "Paper, are you getting up? Let's go." Oh, what time is it? Oh, yeah, now I'm on my way. Milk Duds on the way. Well, yeah, I'll see you down there.
Listen, you can question my resiliency, but I'll be there and I'll be fired up come 7 o'clock tip.
How about that?
I'm going to get my guys some.
You going to go to detox or something between now and the game?
Yeah, IV drip, something like that.
Okay.
Man, pony. It's a pony.
This guy parties hard.
Doug, do you ever go to the IV bar and just get an Arnold Palmer injected into you?
Wouldn't mind it.
So I take from that Sharon's on a payment plan for a lot of Botox. Nice flex. That's Carlos Spicy Wiener. Boy, there is war. And if Carlos Spicy Wiener comes at Sharon, that also means he's coming at Harrison's brother Master and the self-made stay-at-home Ledoux mom because, Doug, there are alliances here.
I know.
Carlos Spicy Wiener's a lone wolf, though. He doesn't need an alliance. He comes at you, and he comes at you. He's like Omar. I mean, you don't want to mess with Omar, but he clears out. Take a listen.
The farmer in the Dell?
Yeah, Doug, do you see The Wire? You ever watch The Wire?
No.
You probably wouldn't like it.
Michael B. Jordan. Yeah. Wallace.
Where's Wallace? Where's Wallace, String?
Nice. What does that mean?
People will watch the show now. You're the one in the minority.
I don't think Doug would like it.
Well,
it's very.
I think you would.
Okay.
He's loving land, man.
Yeah.
The old and horny Sam Elliott.
I saw the end of the last episode last night, and then I looked to see when's season 3 come out and said November. They haven't even started shooting it yet.
But he's in Landman, I'm guessing, schlock, whereas The Wire was actually really had
I would agree with that. I enjoy both.
Sure. Yes.
But yes, The Wire's got a little more.
We can't say, oh, Doug likes Landman, therefore he'll like The Wire. I don't see those.
The Wire is used in references in some high academia. I don't think Landman will get to that point, but maybe.
Correct.
Maybe.
Well, pardon me, you damned elitist.
I'm not saying. I watch Landman as well. I had Gareth on the podcast yesterday, Tim, for Movie Boy. It comes on tomorrow at 10 a.m.
Yeah.
And he goes, I've noticed that you've had Tim on twice for TV shows, Hunting Wives and Landman. Does he know that there's actual good television on?
Oh, Gareth coming to me? Gareth coming to me?
I was laughing.
Gareth coming to me?
I was like, yes, but we like to talk about the indulgent shows.
Indulgent shows?
Yeah. I would say that those are indulgent.
There hasn't been any Sapphos in Landman, has there?
No.
Not even implied.
No, Allie Larder kind of, there was a moment with the nursing home, the head of the nursing home.
She's trying to hook up with all the residents of the nursing home? I'm not going to kink shame, but that's not my scene.
There's like a makeover, and there's some fondling, maybe.
Oh,
what episode of Landman is Jackson watching? Do you remember that? Jackson watches Allie Larder fondle an older woman at a nursing home?
Thought there might be something happening with Andy Garcia's wife there once they met up for lunch.
Yeah. To me more, maybe?
Sounded like Ted Knight there. What happened?
It's a big day for the chairman over there.
It is. I mean, this paper's.
Now
you might as well come in drunk every day.
Now I'm thinking of Ted Knight and Caddyshack, and I'm laughing my ass off.
Let me get this right. Jackson is hungover after 2 glasses of red wine. That's from.
I'm not hungover. That's a narrative that's being spun. I feel great. I woke up bright-eyed and bushy-tailed.
In Paper's defense, last year, we're down there loading up for the week, spring training. I said, let's get some beers and some bourbon. And Papers grabs a 6-pack. And I said, what's that for? He goes, for the week. I said, that's lunch. He said, this is for the week.
Yeah. Well, we wake up early.
Oh, yeah, because all it takes is Botox. The frozen face won't distract anyone from your man boobs, you soft slob Carlos Spicy Wiener. Sharon and Clayton has issued a response. And here we go. Guys, I've decided Drunk Jackson is the best. That's from Manchester Milkman.
Isn't that Rick?
Yeah. When Jackson starts to have a boat drink or two, Martin, he turns into a character known as Rick.
Yeah. It came out in Jamaica.
It did. 3 years ago, we were there.
Yeah, 2023.
Did you introduce yourself as Rick?
No, I would just kind of get loaded up. That I did do a show hungover in Jamaica, and my voice was really.
Man was sharing a bed with Lisa Ann. He was not sharing a room, sharing a bed with Lisa Ann, and he's having boat drinks, and he becomes Rick.
Yeah, I was Rick that morning.
And then your drunken lips start writing checks your liver can't cash.
Yeah, exactly that.
Email in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Alan Dadeville and Buck Swope. If one of them wins, One of them wins a $10,000 HVAC system because they are tied atop the leaderboard here as we close out the month of January. But if neither one wins, we know we're going to have a playoff on Monday. If the incel from the other side of the couch wins, that's a three-way playoff on Monday. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. You might notice I'm wearing another. Can you see it here?
I was going to ask. Is that
this is
Polos
another
Plus?
Polos Plus.
Ooh, fire.
This Andrew Hubbard is doing some good works. And this is a Nike.
Is it?
So
I would have
yesterday
guessed
I had
Adidas.
This is Nike. And then I got another one. I mean, the stuff that they can do at Polos Plus, I'm telling you, it's really second to none. I'm super excited about this. And I'm grateful that they reached out to us to advertise. They will become the dossier sponsor starting on Monday. It's Polos Plus. Check them out at polosplus.com. 10% off when you enter the promo code TMA. They are creating all kinds of TMA merchandise. We're working on hats, T-shirts, and, of course, what they specialize in, polos and sweatshirts like the crew neck I was wearing, the hoodie I'm wearing today, polosplus.com. You can do the same thing for your company, and then you'll see all you have to do is upload the file of your business. Doug, it's a vector file. I don't know if you can have vector files.
What is
like
that?
JPEGs. This is a vector file.
Okay.
And that's for graphic design.
Yeah.
So go to polosplus.com, take 10% off with the promo code TMA. Polos Plus is a locally owned and operated company, family business. They've been in the business for 3+ decades. Corey Lawson and his family have owned and operated it. It goes back to old volleyball. And longtime TMA listener and supporter Andrew Hubbard is running the sales and marketing side. Corey and his family have been serving the local community since 1995. Polos Plus offers brands like Carhartt, Travis Mathew, Nike, Under Armour, and the list goes on and on. So you're not just getting some like crap T-shirt or polo. It's a high quality, and then you put your logo on it. You can get embroidery. It's a different operation. The big guys don't really care about the entrepreneur or the local business owner. Polos Plus does. They are in the community. Go to polosplus.com. Enter promo code TMA. Joey Vitale coming up at 8:15. Drops of the week coming up. Gabe DeArmond coming up at 9 o'clock. Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Buck Swope or Alan Dadeville could win a $10,000 HVAC system in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. We close out the Healthcare Evolution 7 o'clock hour here on the Morning After 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
AutoLoanPro.com. That's the website. If you're in the market for a new vehicle and you're not sure what type of car you can get approved for, depending on your situation, depending on your circumstance, well, I'll tell you what, if you go to AutoLoanPro.com, they'll get it done. Pick out the car online, and then with little to no money down, they'll get you the best rates that are possible. They can do that because Auto Loan Pro works with over 50 different lenders. They can shop it around to make sure best rate possible, best financing, because there's only one thing to know when financing that car. That's to choose the pro, the Auto Loan Pro. Great website, AutoLoanPro.com, where the vehicles are on display. They also have a free playbook, something they put together just for you. It's going to educate you, also help you get the car of your choice in the future, get your credit back on track, get that new vehicle, all of it one spot, AutoLoanPro.com. They are part of the Lita family. Making that large purchase, get the financing involved, gets complicated, especially if there's been a hiccup. Doesn't matter. Auto Loan Pro will get you up and running quite literally with that new car. AutoLoanPro.com.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues win last night, off today, back in action tomorrow as they take on the Blue Jackets right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 5 p.m., puck drop at 6 p.m. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Doug, you going to the Kid Cudi show?
Do I want to do what now?
Are you going to the Kid Cudi show?
I'll probably miss it this time.
Papers, you going?
I think it started. The tickets go on sale today, don't they?
Well, that's why I thought you were doing this.
No, it's his birthday today.
Oh, both of them. What a coincidence. Doug, how old do you think Kid Cudi is?
Oh,
didn't he get sideways with P, did he?
I don't know.
He's been sideways with a few folks over his time. He turns 42 today.
Oh,
I was going to guess around 40. Well, happy birthday to Kid Cudi. He might join us after Gabe.
Where's he going to be? Enterprise Center? Is he big enough to do that?
He is Hollywood Casino. At his peak, he would have been, Enterprise, but...
The amphitheater? Hollywood Casino Amphitheater, or just a casino proper?
The amphitheater.
Is he coming in the summer?
May 19th.
Okay.
Oh, so that's bigger than the Enterprise Center. And seats more people.
Yeah.
Jackson and Doug are going to fight.
Well, but
what is the seating for the Hollywood Amphitheater is the question.
But playing the Enterprise Center is bigger than
25.
playing the amphitheater, is it not?
Well, it's seasonal. I mean,
sure.
But what is the capacity out there?
I think it's 25 or
is
so.
It?
I think so.
Well, with that wand,
I do like logistics, Tim.
I could tell you're about to dig it up.
This is my thing.
Joey Vitale is going to join us on the Stiefel dossier here coming up. Last day of the month, which is huge for the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day Showdown, the $10,000 promotion that Seth Goldcamp conceived. And that means Buck Swope, Alan Dadeville, or the incel from the other side of the couch will win a $10,000 HVAC system. Also, it means you can sign up to be the TMA Listener of the Month, presented by Form Energy. At Form Energy, we do the work, and you get a Form Energy prize pack. Go to TMASTL.com to sign up, and great news, you can keep your anonymity, and that is what it's all about, Doug, in 2026.
Okay. Keeping your anonymity.
Joey Vitale going to join us here on the Blues win, a thrilling win last night, but that win has upset a number of our listeners that they won the game. They want them to continue to lose. So they're unhappy about that. Joey Vitale will join us with that. ILL did not cover last night, but they did win. The number, I think, 12.5 against Washington. Brad Underwood had some thoughts on the defense and then brought up Tommy Izzo.
Yeah, he never makes a scouting report mistake. Very seldom. And you realize we had him guarding Diallo, their point guard. To be very honest, last year, I'm not sure Ben could guard a dead man.
Oh.
And, I mean, probably would give up 20 to Izzo's mom last year. This year, he's guarding everybody and just doesn't make mistakes. So Tom, don't get pissed and call me tonight when you see this, but I hear she's a hell of a player.
Sorry, time is out.
Oh, Ben Humrickhouse, big game off the bench.
That's right.
Coach Underwood kind of pointing out that he hadn't been a great defender in the past. I'm going to assume, and this is terrible, but do we think Tommy Izzo, who's 70, and paper said is retiring, except he's not, his mom...
She is still with us.
Okay, I was
because
wondering.
he referenced it in an interview earlier this week.
Okay.
It was in the huddle. It was really funny. They had him mic'd up, and he looked at one of his players and goes, "You couldn't guard my mom right now."
So Izzo said that.
Yes.
So
and that's why Underwood said that.
Because I thought that's a really random thing to bring up.
Right.
Got it.
Well, good news, Doug. Joey Ladorty is just...
Not more bracketology. Is it bracketology?
More bracketology here. Arizona still, of course, the top seed. They get the win over BYU this weekend. Indiana now beating Purdue. They're the last team in this tournament. So then you sit there and you go, where is ILL? They are still right here in St. Louis, and they will be still taking on Wright State as a 2 seed. But now Villanova is the 7 seed. San Diego State is the matchup for Villanova in St. Louis. And then you sit there and go, where are the Billikens? Because we were excited about that second-round matchup on a Saturday afternoon in downtown St. Louis between the Billikens and the Illini. Does Joey Lenardi penalize him for the tight game against George Washington? No, he just moves them around in the bracket, and they're still right here in St. Louis, taking on Wisconsin. And if they get past them, they'll take on Marcus Pfizer and Larry Eustachy and Iowa State if they can get past the Governors of Austin Peay. It's right here in St. Louis. The 2-seed Iowa State is going to have a road game here in St. Louis against the Billikens at the Enterprise Center on March 22nd.
No, he made it up. He made all this up. It doesn't seem like it'd be the worst draw in the world for St. Louis if it should come down to something like this.
Jackson says Iowa State's a wagon because they got a bucket.
TJ Otzelberger, the head coach. He really
TJ Otzelberger?
He replaced Johnny Orr last year.
Johnny Orr's been gone for decades.
No, he just replaced him.
I think Marcus Pfizer could be a handful. Is that
Calipari, Izzo, and if Patino was in here, we're talking Italian special. We're talking rigatoni, marinara.
Sounds like all they do is eat.
First 4 out, Virginia Tech, Seton Hall, Santa Clara, and TCU. Next 4 out, Missouri, California, Stanford, George Mason. Missouri not in this tournament.
No, got a ways to go to get there. Well, this is all made up, though. We don't know.
Good for you for talking about it.
And Wisconsin has all those players from Wisconsin.
That's correct.
To their benefit. By the way, Doug, you asked Mike Jarecki, Doug, is he the GM at Hollywood Casino? He said we had about 19,000 for Sammy Hagar packed to the gills. So that's the attendance-ish at Hollywood Amphitheater, which would be about on par with Enterprise.
Yeah.
Coach, how cool was it that it was a Wisconsin player that sank the winning shot?
Okay.
Well, they're all Wisconsin players.
Yeah.
Think about that.
But for a concert, Enterprise Center has to shut down at one of the ends.
Right.
19,000 for hockey or basketball.
But then they put people on the floor.
So Enterprise would actually have more.
I would think it would even out.
It's probably about the same.
Yeah. Similar. But in the summertime, you could name the biggest band in the world. They could do Enterprise or they could do Holiday.
I do feel like it's a bigger deal to play Enterprise Center than it is. No offense to anybody.
Yeah. I think in the
but
summer.
an arena, like people dream of playing in arenas.
Right.
Even
Zach Bryan is going to be at the Dome.
Right.
March 7th.
Battlehawks at
That's
the Dome.
next level. That's a stadium. Arenas, stadiums, amphitheaters.
And one of the finest facilities in the United States of America.
That's correct.
Yeah. Vasgersian packed that up. Surprise guest.
Surprise guest. That's right. Kitty Bates is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Michelob Ultra, 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrate. Is that what you're going to be drinking tonight there, Papers?
Yeah, good chance.
Is that right?
Yeah, good chance.
Sponsor of the YouTube chat, and he says, I'm a little behind, but does Polos Plus offer Hanes Beefy for the listeners of this program? Doug, Hanes Beefy?
Yeah. No, they got some Gildan options that'll certainly help you out.
They used to
is that what that is? That's Husky?
They used to have a Husky.
Well, the Hanes Beefy Tea was like whenever you went to like a golf tournament, they gave out sponsored shirts. It would probably be a Hanes Beefy Tea.
I'm a little bit on the thicker side, and I put in my order yesterday. They took care of me. Toot sweet. So
hell yeah.
They do have some bigger sizes for us larger gentlemen.
Did you have to get a Hanes Beefy?
I don't think that's what it was. It was beefy adjacent.
Some of those Carhartts, yeah, those will fit.
Beefy adjacent.
What size do you wear? Easy question.
XL short?
No, I'm in a 2X phase right now.
Oh, gosh.
Because you've been lifting a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll go with that.
Guys, do they have Fable ticks? Thanks. That's from We Too Low.
No.
Doug, do they have Fable ticks?
No. Competing brand.
Kirk, you're hot. Shut up. That's from Illini Lance.
Kirk,
period. You're hot. Period. Shut up.
It's like a 50-50 shot in the emails whether they get my name right or not. So
someone with Sound Story was pissed that you weren't Kurt Warner.
That's true, yeah.
Somebody came in, I think, for a Sound Story and thought that Kurt Warner was interviewing them.
That's correct.
That's got to be a great acquisition for the business. We might have an emergency board meeting today.
Ask for their money back?
In that person's defense, our names are first and last are one letter apart.
That's true.
So I guess I could see how the misinterpretation.
Can you imagine coming in thinking you're going to be interviewed by Kurt Warner and Kurt Gardner shakes your hand and says, "I'll be interviewing you." It's no offense to you.
No, not at all.
It's not an offense to you.
Sharon and Clayton is candidly fat shaming you. Nothing beefy in my closet, and there never will be. And twist that all the ways you want, you cretins. You're welcome. There's no excuse for anything 2X at your age. Come on, Chairman. That's Sharon and Clayton.
I've typically been pretty pro Sharon, but
that's brutal, man.
I might have
too far on that one.
A brutal text.
Didn't she know your resume? Garner. We should just let's just re-edit a bunch of Summerall calls and then tell people, yeah, Kurt will be here to do the interview. Garner.
You could be real tall and be a 2X, right?
Do I seem to have the tall problem?
No, you don't.
Well, there's time.
Joey Vitale is going to join us coming up here in a matter of moments. He's brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. He podcasts this program. It is Schaefer Door who sponsors the podcast of The Morning After and the programming throughout the day on 101 ESPN. SCHAEFER door.com. SCHAEFER door.com. And Jason Gossrow and his team will come over and fix your garage doors should it break, especially when it's this cold. This is when garage doors tend to break. SchaeferDoor.com. Longtime TMA sponsor, and great to have him on board as the podcast sponsor on TMA and 101 ESPN. When the garage door breaks, for most people, that can be a first-time experience, and you go, oh my God, what do? It's real easy. You go to SchaeferDoor.com, and Jason Gossrow and or his team will come out, and they will fix that thing super quickly for you. They also handle commercial doors that break as well. They have a number that they set up specifically for our listeners, and that number is 636-782-3608. That's going to get you the quickest response time, or just go to SchaeferDoor.com. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs with LiftMaster. It's Schaefer Door. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner. Doug, here's your Stiefel dossier. Joey Vitale, next segment. Drops of the week, segment after that. Colonel Gabriel P. DeArmond.
We're going to squeeze a surprise in the middle.
Yes, might be in there. Colonel's going to be with us. Jackson's going to ask him a couple questions about the Mississippi State game. We're going to go anybody else, and then we're going to let him go. And then you got that Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Sweet mother of mercy. Here we go, brother. $10,000. Who's going to rise to the occasion? You know, is somebody going to be David Freese? Is somebody going to be Robert Ory? Or is somebody going to be Jean Van de Velde? You know, this is it. This is a legacy moment for Buck Swope and for Alan Dadeville. Yeah. Or from out of nowhere, just like Kirk Gibson. Was that October 15th, 1988? Same day as the Miami Notre Dame game? Kirk Gibson emerges from the dugout. Could that be the incel from the other end of the couch out of nowhere forcing a three-way tie? It's all happening. There's nothing that we can do to stop it now. It's happening at 9:45. Yeah. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Send yours in. You can play the role of spoiler. The program is called The Morning After. Joey Vitale joining us next. The show is brought to you by Brown and Crouppen from the Stiefel Studios on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
Hey, folks, Joey Vitale here. Hey, I'm here to talk to you about your garage door. Give my friend Jason a call at Schaefer Door Company if you got any garage door issues. If it's not opening, the electric's out, the springs are busted, with it being winter, the snow is here, you're going to want that thing to work, go up and go down to keep that car as toasty as it can be for your wife, for your husband, and for your kids, or heck, just for yourself, or maybe your dogs. Let's make sure we're taking care of everybody this winter and make sure that garage door is working efficiently. Any issues, give my friend Jason a call at 636-782-3608. You can also visit their website at schaeferdoor.com. That's Schaefer, of course, with one F. Or better yet, give them a call, shoot them a text. That will be your quickest response time for this great St. Louis company because they're waiting around to take care of you. That's Schaefer Door, which is a LiftMaster partner.
Doug, it's a Friday tradition. Joey Vitale joins us on the program and gives us perspective not only on hockey, but really life. And is presented to you by Schaefer Door Company here. And it is our pleasure to welcome to the Collier and Thompson phone lines a friend of the program coming off a gym dandy last night at the Enterprise Center. Joey Vitale with us on 101 ESPN. Morning, Joey.
Morning, everybody, including you, Timmy.
Yes.
And the whole gang-a-lang, whoever's there.
Doug Vaughn, class of 98 at Kirkwood High School?
Yeah. 08.
I'm sorry.
2008.
You and Nikki?
Martin, you, of course, know him from Christian Brothers College. Jackson wants everybody to know he went to Ladue High School. Chairman Kurt, also known as Kirk, is handling the Collier and Thompson phone line. So there's your allotment on the dais.
Tim, you can't take a leak at the CBC Gymnasium without seeing the Vitale jersey on your way into the men's room.
That's right. Right. Yeah. Hey, Marty, speaking of, how was the father-son banquet? Have you guys talked about that yet? Last time I saw you at the morning skate there last week, or was it this past week? You were heading down to the father-son banquet for your freshman son.
Yeah, it was great. Matt Vierling, CBC class of 2015, plays for the Detroit Tigers. Actually, and it was on the Phillies team that nicked the Cardinals in 2022. And he and I were talking after the event about that series and about Quintana, how good he was.
Yeah.
He goes, I think he only gave up 2 hits. And he goes, I got one of them. Like, good for you.
Good thing they got him out of there.
Yeah, got to hurry. Get to that bullpen, which was already compromised, Doug. But you want to be in a hurry to do that. It was great. Matt Vierling, Jim Brockman, who's done a great job for CB for years, hosted it with Vierling. A lot of great stories. It was a fun night. Thank you for asking. I saw Joey V at the morning skate on Tuesday, and the squad's not doing great, Tim. And I think Joey said, "What are you doing here?" I said, "Holding them accountable."
Holding them accountable. You know what, Marty? I love the way you came in there on the press conference, guys. Marty hadn't been there a little while, and he comes in. I'm thinking, he's probably just going to kind of quietly stay in the back. You fired a couple questions right at the coach. You weren't afraid at all.
No, that's right. You tell that Monty, we mean business.
We mean business. Well, Bernie Federico has always said, no offense, Doug and Tim, but he's always said that the great Marty Kilcoyne asked the best questions in the entire business.
Oh, Martin, you're getting a gong. How about that?
Well, I am the plug.
Yeah, Martin the plug.
Martin the plug. Us CBC guys, we know how to do business.
That's a reference. That's a reference to the 7 o'clock hour. You'll hear it later when you're podcasting.
That's right. Schaefer Door Company sponsors the podcast.
That's right. Yeah, I will, and I mean this sincerely. I don't know how you guys do it, Doug, you and Tim too. Asking questions is hard. I was between the benches last night, and I had to do an interview with Jake Neighbors mid-period, which the Blues, approved of. They don't typically do that. It's more of a national thing. But even on post games, even 9 years into the booth and into this business, I still get nervous asking CVOT questions or play. it's an art, Tim. You've got a couple different platforms you do it on, but asking questions to athletes or coaches about the game, it's not easy. It should be a lot easier than it is, but I seem to still struggle with it.
Next to me, I would say Bob Costas is one of the greater. Doug, when you say interviewers,
well, next to you, as long as you say next to you,
right? And I did.
Jack Buck was okay,
right? But,
all right.
But again,
third
next
place,
to me,
probably,
yeah. In fairness, but it doesn't matter who you are. If you are asking an athlete or a coach while they are in the midst of experiencing the emotions of competition, in particular the negative emotions of the competition, you are liable to be absolutely destroyed there no matter how good your question is. So it's a tough spot. Now, you get somebody, and I would say even anybody, actually, to come in and sit down or over Zoom where it's one-on-one and you can really have a conversation. But it is tough, as you experienced last night, being between the benches, to get somebody. And then sometimes those post-game interviews that reporters have when a coach just lost or a player just lost, it's brutal. And that's when you get slapped around and told your question's no good. In reality, they're just pissed off that they lost the game. That's the deal.
Yeah. Well, and you know this too, Tim. It's, they always say that, at least the ones that taught me, it's, you go in with a game plan. You want to have a couple questions ready in your arsenal, but ask the first question, and then you got to do the thing that is so hard for people, which is just listen. I asked that first question, and my mind's going 100 miles an hour, and I'm blacking out because I got to figure out what my next question is going to be. Meanwhile, the guy's talking, right? And then how many times have we looked back on those interviews and, maybe, the athlete starts talking about his day off, and then he starts talking about how he got a new gerbil, and then all of a sudden the next question is about the forecheck. And you're, as a listener, you're like, did he not just hear that, Pavel Buchnevich has bought a new gerbil yesterday? Why did he not follow up with
Now that he has that gerbil, I wonder if the play will pick up.
Another issue is a lot of times you have to ask questions that you know the answer to. You already know what the answer is, but you feel like you have to ask the question, and you feel kind of silly doing that.
Well, because I guess you need to get them quoted. You need to get them on the record for saying something. But also, I know in real life, I think that's like one of the most insulting things you can do for your children. I don't know who said that. When I say, I read it somewhere in a stupid book. But they say, hey, did you take that last cookie? Like, if you know as the dad that he already took the last cookie, apparently it's something that us humans don't like. And I would imagine your wife or your husband's out there said, hey, did you load this dishwasher? When it's loaded up all jacked up, you're like, honey, you already know that I loaded the dishwasher. Why are you asking me? And it's insulting that you're asking me a question you already know the answer to. But of course, when you're asking questions to athletes, you still got to ask the questions. And unfortunately, or fortunately for that matter, sometimes you get good answers and sometimes you get a little sideways.
Well, Jake was the perfect guy for it. And at the time, there was a lot of action. And he said, I love it, man. Like the back and forth, there'd been a lot of scoring. And so he kind of commented on the pace of play and how he enjoyed it. He's the perfect guy for that.
That's right. That's the guy who's A+ across the board, right? And
then for Strick, post-game, Kyrou had a goal and 2 assists, had a great game, #1 star, and he's with Strick. But Kyrou's not a big talker. So it's a challenge. It really depends a lot of times on the guest. You can say, oh, that was a great – we had Ishan Sharma, the Billikens guy last night. Everybody said, oh, that was great. He happens to be a great talker. So sometimes who you're talking to – really dictates whether, that was a great interview. That was a great segment.
Mm-hmm. Oh, no doubt about it. I mean, really, to me, it's really no credit to the gentleman asking the questions. It really is about kind of who you pick in those moments. And it's not good or bad, but, like Jordan Kyrou, he lets his play speak for itself, right? Like last night's game, you're not going to get a ton out of him, and that's okay as long as he's scoring goals and doing his thing. Everyone's happy. On the flip side, Jake's got a certain personality. It's just who he is, and you know what? He brings it out. He understands that this is a part of the business, right? And I think this is where a lot of the old school players really understood that, and I don't know why, but it's really kind of starting to slowly fizzle its way out. Where players at times don't want to be bothered, or I'm just here to play hockey. Yeah, you're here to play hockey, but also remember, we got to put fans in the seats, and we want people to be watching, and this is the business, and this is how everyone gets paid. Because we're here to entertain. And part of the entertainment is not just the play. Certainly it is mostly the play, but also understanding that, there's another side to this. And, I know you guys give me trouble all the time, but I'll bring up my former teammate Sidney Crosby, and if you heard of him,
no, for heaven's sake.
But I remember that locker room. And it was every game, guys. Marty, you've been in there, Doug, you as well, and Tim sometimes, where you come in after games and everyone's just gone. All the players, they rush out of there. They don't want to talk to media. And Sidney Crosby, every single game, he'd take off his shoulder pads. He'd have his lower still on. He put on his old Penguins cap, the one all kind of rustied and, full of the white, whatever kind of scum that is when you don't shower. And you wear this. What is that? Is that just dried sweat?
Salt coming out of your head, I guess.
That's probably what it is. Yeah, salt coming out of your head, electrolytes just leaving your body.
Mm-hmm.
But he put his hat on, he'd sit down, and all of a sudden the doors would open, and just the herd comes in, and he would answer every question, right? And, of course, his model and his mentor was Mario Lemieux. And Mario Lemieux said, this is a part of the business. You are now the face of the league. This is right when he came into the league. He said, you're going to be the face of this league. And a part of that comes with a huge responsibility. And part of that responsibility is you're going to answer questions. And you're going to promote this game the right way. It was Wayne Gretzky who tells this story of when he was a kid. He was playing junior hockey. I think he was playing like 2 or 3 levels up, where he traveled a couple hours to play this game. And it was a bit of a dud game. And he tells this story that on the way home, his father, he didn't really scold him, but he basically looked at him and said, hey, listen, people came to watch you play. People drove hours. And I think Wayne was maybe 10 or 11 years old. He was just a youngin'. Poor kid didn't know what probably was going on. But his dad said to him, he said, people are coming to watch you play, right? With your talent, with your skill, comes a great level of responsibility where you have to show up and you got to bring your best every single night. And, I know we're talking about interviewing and stuff, but to me, that is a part of it. That's part of the professionalism. You look at Jake, the way he answers questions, the way he's available for the media, the way he gives thoughtful answers. Jim Montgomery gives thoughtful answers. John Tortorella, I never appreciated the way he would handle interviews. He just kind of blew guys off, almost like he was bothered by the questions. Hey, man, it's a part of the job. Like when you take on a head coach, you're not just manning and changing lines. This is a part of the gig. Some coaches can be bothered by it, but Jim's really been fantastic, not only answering the questions, but he gets into thoughtful answers and, talking about injuries and talking about guys and letting us know about lineup changes. And he understands that we have a job to do too, and it's all part of the big picture.
And the way the Blues season has gone this year, even after a really fun win last night, you celebrate that a little bit, but is it going to matter, big picture in the season? Probably not, when the big questions are they going to start trading people? Are they going to switch this team up? Somebody scores a couple goals, does trade value just go up? It's kind of hard to finesse around that, isn't it?
Doug, and there's two separate entities to this whole thing where, you have certainly the management side and that's for Doug and those guys to stay organized. And that's certainly not my world. It's not the players' world or the coaches' world where they're still showing up and they're just trying to win hockey games. And you look at last night's game, it was a fun game. Like, gosh, it was an energetic game. I was just a couple steps away from the Blues bench. Guys were on their toes all night. There was energy. There was just emotion. There was passion. There was one play where the Blues were on the power play. I think Dalibor Dvorsky took a penalty, and Buchnevich slams the boards and starts, just cussing himself out because he's so frustrated because he wanted to get out there on the power play. I mean, it's just little things like that. Guys on the bench hooting and hollering on block shots. It was a back-and-forth game. There was a ton of goals. There was a great scrap between Tucker and A.J. Greer. Lead changes. And just when you thought you were going to overtime, of course, Jimmy Snuggerud kind of seals a deal there. So from start to finish, probably the most exciting game of the season. And you know what? To me right now, to answer your question, you just build on that because you just want to keep producing exciting hockey games where everyone's in the mix, playing the right way. Again, it's not a great situation from where you're at in the standings. There's nothing you can do about that right now. The only thing you can do is kind of look forward and just take that little step. And last night, like I said, with the excitement that we saw, a little bit of everything in that game, the fans were super pumped up for that one as well. And for that sake, I'd say it was a great step in the right direction.
Joey Vitale with us here every Friday on TMA is brought to you by Schaefer Door Company. I assume you are you're here handling your broadcast responsibilities tomorrow night and not going to be at the gala that Doug Vaughn is going to with me tomorrow evening. Is that correct?
Well, I was not invited wherever you guys are going. If I were invited, I would not be able to show up because I will be on site on duty, trying to become more and more like Marty Kilcoyne and ask the right questions.
Look at that. A texter was asking, will you stay in between the benches? They enjoyed that last night.
You know what? It is to be determined. I don't think tomorrow we have a different producer, a different kind of group kind of taking the realm. Tomorrow it was just really just trying to try it out, and the one thing they wanted to make sure, I think our team really, they want to put someone between the benches. And I think a lot of times you look around the league and you have analysts between the benches and, the question is, what are they really bringing from ice level? A lot of times they'll just kind of call the game from ice level where, yeah, they have a great view. I think Darren Pang does it the best, though, where he wants to bring you inside the benches, maybe inside the TV timeouts, what player's injured. So I try to remember that. And to me, I felt like a player when I'm down there. I do feel like a player when I'm down there. So I try to pick up little tidbits and little messages and coaches screaming certain things. There were some missed calls last night, so kind of bring the fans into what that's like and what the coaches are saying and what the communication back and forth is like between them and the linesmen at times. So yeah, I try to do my best to kind of bring the fans to the bench and what the life is down there. Of course, within the restrictions of being loyal to the Blues and loyal to the other team, where you don't want to give away different strategies, but at the same time, there's different things you can do. So last night was a lot of fun. I won't be there, I don't believe, tomorrow night. But then after the Olympic break, they're talking about getting me down there more often. But it was the biggest challenge was where, Curbs and I, we have to, he's not next to me and I'm not next to him. So when I'm talking back to my producer, he can't witness me doing that. So, at those times he won't lob me certain things. But, there's so much distance between us now where, we got to be a little bit careful where he doesn't throw me as much and I don't throw him as much, because here we are probably talking back to our producer about maybe that replay or something you want to see. So you kind of miss the conversation between, broadcasters, which of course is I think what makes Curbs and I great. So, but it was a great night, a lot of fun, and certainly I want to be behind there again, and I think we'll have the support from everyone, because I think it was a lot of fun. It was a fun show.
I saw you pointed out when Snuggerud stood up on the bench and bent over to try to, I don't know what he was doing, stretch or something. You said the fans right behind him were getting a little bit of a show, which I thought was kind of risque.
Well, was it risque? I didn't know. I just thought they were getting a little shy. I was just telling what it is. Just,
okay, yeah.
Say what you see, right, Doug? And
I guess so.
But that moment, because he was hurt, and they were filming that, so you catch those things, and then you hear Ray Barilli. I heard him yell over to Jim and say, "Hey, he's good to go." This is again in the third period. Now, why does that matter? Because then Jimmy Snuggerud's on the ice. He serves the penalty for Joel Hofer. Joel Hofer and Matthew Tkachuk with 3 minutes to go. They get in the mix. So now you put one of their best players in the box for a couple minutes, the final minutes of the game, which was a great trade-off for Hofer. And it was a really good coaching moment where Jim Montgomery had Jimmy Snuggerud serve the penalty. Now, anyone can serve a penalty for a goalie. Why did he pick Jimmy? Because right when that penalty expires, you saw Jim on the bench yelling across the ice. He's like, Jimmy, you're on the ice. Go, go, go. Of course, the Blues had a power play. And then, again, the domino effect and the ripple effect of all that is Jimmy hops right on the ice. And then he's on the back door with under 10 seconds to go, and he buries it, and the Blues end it in regulation. So it's kind of those stories underneath the stories, and there's always so many ripples and so many different layers to an event, and certainly for Jimmy to end it the way he did last night, getting through injuries, serving a penalty, a young player who has been throwing so much rubber at the net. Coming into last night's game, he was averaging over 3 shots per game over the last 10 games, which is a ton. He had over 3 last night again. So he's starting to understand, his gift. And one of the great things he brings to this game is his shot. It was great to see it on full display last night when it meant the most.
Joey Vitale with us every Friday here on TMA. Blues and Blue Jackets. Pregame 5 p.m. Puck drop 6 p.m. That is next up. Blues and Blue Jackets. Joey, always appreciate the time, man. Thanks so much.
Hey, you guys have a great weekend. Have fun at the gala.
Yeah, gala, Doug.
Yeah.
I will miss you. Please send photos. I'd love to see what it's all about. Thanks for the invite, Doug.
Well, it's not up to me to invite you to the Billiken game.
No, Doug says he will match every dollar raised, Tim.
Oh, my goodness. That's so generous. Thank you, Joey.
I thought we were friends. Thanks, guys.
All right.
Thought we were friends. Boy, that has to sting right on the...
Well, it does.
Two different things. He's talking about the game tonight.
Right.
Tim's talking about the gala tomorrow night.
I honestly didn't know if he was going, but I figured he probably wasn't. But then he's got a little job responsibility.
Yeah.
Drops of the week are coming up.
We got a surprise. Oh,
there is a surprise guest?
Well, Drops takes what? He just slapped. You probably hung over.
There is a surprise guest?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Look at Jackson doesn't even know about it. But Jackson's so effed up right now.
We got to wedge it in. These are drive-bys. These are not 20 minutes.
Doug, the Stiefel dossier is in flux.
Gabe's going to pay.
It's TMA 101 Eastman. Wow. Jerry Goldsmith. Rudy, 1992. 93?
I don't know.
92? It wasn't 94.
I just don't.
93.
I wish I did.
Someone say 91, 92, 93. Okay.
Today's Charles S. Dutton's birthday.
Oh, the Charles S. Dutton applause as Sean Astin breaks through the offensive line of Georgia Tech and sacks the quarterback at 5'6", 148 pounds.
I'm sure it could have happened.
It was at that moment, Jeff Fisher said, I think Tavon should run the ball.
That's probably the biggest meme from that movie is Charles S. Dutton.
You better
clapping.
believe it.
Yeah.
Or
Ned
Ned Beatty.
He's still with us?
Sure. Today's his 75th birthday.
Okay.
Him and Phil Collins were born on the exact same day.
Yep.
That's like me and Bo Hart.
And Kid
Very
Cudi.
similar. Yeah.
And Kid Cudi.
Kid Cudi some 30 years later.
The program's called TMA, and we're really pleased with the work we do. I think it's the prep, though, that leads to the work, you know?
Well, you got to do show prep.
Thank you.
For sure.
And it's evident here as we look back on the week that was with Jackson's Drops of the Week.
Morning After.
Drops of the Week.
Yeah, you got to drop it like a hot dog.
It's a wonderful drop.
Indeed it is.
Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off. Flip that off.
Flip that off.
Oh, baby, I'm on with the boys.
This ass from the Dan Lebertar show.
Dressing for the boys.
Why would you not ask for my opinion on this matter? I've had a chance to sit inside with these idiots.
These guys are some dumb mother.
Baldwin is a boy governor.
What the hell kind of question is that?
Sean Payton's not going to screw up.
He screwed up.
I don't have the dexterity in my tongue to do all that.
You have the tongue of a hummingbird, boy.
Oh, I like to hang out at a lot of truck stop men's rooms.
Papers likes men. Hell yeah. I'm a sore loser.
Damn, this guy balls at the God, you do ball at the mall.
Oh, he high too. Because you high.
Well, man, I'm losing my high.
Do you take pot?
Why'd you make me say that, Marty?
That was Drops of the Week.
Drop, down, drop. Get it.
Gotta feel good about it, Doug.
Yeah.
You got Michael Irvin and Plowsy kind of riffing off one another. Good work, Papers. I feared you mailed it in this morning, but now I'm going to go back and say you did it yesterday afternoon.
I always do it. It's a
Thursday
bad idea to try to do Drops of the Week on a Friday morning.
Yeah, it's a high-risk move.
Look at you. You are a veteran. You wanted a surprise guest. Somebody's mad. And, Tim, they're always mad at this show for different reasons. Caller Tom is online. Hey, Tom, how are you?
Tom.
All aboard the Billiken train. Let's go. Let's go.
Yeah. Wow.
Is this Tom Ackerman?
Yeah, he's mad because he said he texted me and he said, "Where were you guys during the Principia game?" And now you think you got your own night?
Wow! I was there for the Central Michigan game. Me and about 30 of my friends were there for the Central Michigan game. I've been on board for months. Tommy Ackerman. This is Sound Story's own. Some people might know him from Camo X. Not me. No. I know him as Sound Story's own Tom Ackerman.
Yeah. Doug is excluded from this. I've seen Doug at the games. Doug with the Billiken gear on last time I saw him.
Sure.
Yeah, I believe you, Tim.
Yeah, I was Central Michigan.
Is Jackson on board? I know he's Mr. NBA.
Tom, it's a very sensitive subject because Jackson refused to rank Illinois, Missouri, and SLU when asked by the listeners, and following the Alabama game, he did give a ranking. Jackson, what was the ranking you wanted to share with Tom Ackerman?
Illinois, St. Louis University, and then Missouri.
Wow.
Yeah, I'd say that's about right. Yeah.
Well,
I'd say that's about right in terms of rank in the area. No, I'm a Jackson defender. I think Jackson's been solid for this show. I think he takes a lot of abuse.
I appreciate you. I've always been a Tommy Ack
And
guy.
you know, Tom is classically trained at the Mighty Mox. He said, when we were trying to figure this out, I told him that, Jackson mistakenly said surprise guest. I wanted to talk some Billikens. And Tom, being a Cam Wax guy, he said, do you have a top of the hour break? And I said, we don't really have a clock. We don't.
You don't stop for the top of the hour news.
No, not when we got an Indiana Hoosier on. But by the way, Trent Green was a surprise guest, and he referenced you at the beginning.
Yep.
Yeah. Who else have you had on from Indiana? Joe Buck.
Joe Buck, friend of the program. Who else, Doug? I feel like there has been another one here.
Signetti called in one day.
He calls in, though, with Billiken takes.
Takes,
Tom's
like, hey, thanks. So you got Trent, you got Joe, big Indiana guy right here.
Are you on the call tonight?
Yeah. Martin had me on from the field at the game in Miami. After the game, I'm calling into Fox 2, going nuts.
It was really good TV. I'm being serious. It was great because Tom was walking around on the field saying, "Oh, there's Cignetti right there." After the game had just ended on the old, and we put Tommy on the 2-5. It was great. Yeah, you were there. You've been at a lot of big sporting moments, in your broadcast career. Where did that one rank as a big old fan?
For me, that's number one, because if you can imagine your school winning a national championship, that, and especially when it comes to Indiana football, I mean, you never thought that they would get close. I was just hoping for 7-8 win seasons. Can we just be like Iowa, Wisconsin? Can we be a team that could just be a regular winner? Missouri, a team that can at least feel like they have a shot, and then they hire Cignetti and they go on to win the whole thing. And it was an amazing thing. So, I mean, being around the Cardinals and being around a lot of World Series for a while there, you got used to it, and you got used to the fact that they were going to get there. The Blues winning the Stanley Cup was pretty incredible, and I kind of feel that same feeling right now. I think I bought myself about 3 years of sports bliss. Like I'm back to the point where I got the title. Now I can just enjoy and not worry as much. And they got the win. I mean, it's just, if you can just put yourself in a position to where your school is celebrating a championship, it doesn't feel real still. And that everybody's talking about your school and your football program, it's kind of mind-blowing, actually.
Wow. And now we're hearing comparisons. Can Josh Schertz do at St. Louis U what Curt Cignetti did at Indiana? Might be a stretch, but it could happen, I suppose.
A bit of a stretch, but then again, they have to get into the tournament, and if they do, they're a tough matchup. I think that they have a talent level right now where they have all the pieces that you need. They might not have a true point guard, but they have 4 or 5 guys that can handle the ball. All their guards, except for Trey Green, are about 6'5", 6'6". They can guard pretty much any position. And then you have a couple of big men who can make some moves inside and push people around. And then you have the unique player in Avila who can do just about anything. He can handle the ball, pass, shoot from the outside, bang inside. And then Trey Green, who, when he turns it on, can shoot it and make it from anywhere. So it can be a dangerous team. They showed me something in that game against George Washington, because the one thing I hadn't seen from them is, what do they do when things are down and they're down 15 in the game and they come roaring back to win the game? That showed me something, that on a night when they weren't playing well, they can figure out how to put it together and be tough and punch back and get it done. And the same thing happened to Indiana, because Indiana was blowing people out, looked great. Everybody's like, yeah, but what happens when they face this team or that team? So SLU still has to pass those hurdles, of course. But Indiana had some games where they didn't play all that well. They were on the road, and they found a way to win them, and now here they are. I don't know that SLU can do that, but I think SLU can get into the tournament and be dangerous.
How about that? Radio wars have been put on hold, Tim, just long enough to allow Tom.
But then they restart immediately.
Yes. Are you going to be down there tonight? Will you be at the Schaeff?
How about this? I will not be there tonight because my daughter plays for Ladue, so I will be at the Ladue
Horton
Jackson
basketball game.
Yeah, family first. That's what we always say. I'm sorry you're going to miss TMA night, but we will represent.
I know, I hear. Yeah, no, I appreciate you guys supporting them, and we should be home in time to catch part of that first half and watch it. It's going to be an unbelievable atmosphere down there, man. Amazing tonight.
Right, yeah, we got an alliance now, Papers and Tommy Ack with that Ladue. Tom, thanks for hopping on and playing ball here, just because our producer, who went to Horton Watkins, mistakenly listed a surprise guest, and we had to produce.
Here we go with the hammering Jackson.
I know.
Jackson, I'm with you.
And he knows I'm not classically trained. He knows I'm not classically trained.
Now Tom's getting side with this Ackerman when he gets mad.
Me and Tommy Ack, new alliance.
Radio War is back on. Thank you, Tom.
All right, fellas.
Take it easy. That's Tom Ackerman with us here on TMA. Martin, that's the surprise guest, and now in an alliance with Jackson, the Ladue Alliance.
Yeah.
Tom Ackerman.
So many of these guys are Central Corridor
I know.
Born and bred.
It's gross.
Yep. Silver spoon still in
potatoes
there.
here.
Yeah, you're a South County guy. It is
flip
tough,
on that,
tough.
When you got to drive 270 and take an hour to get to work at 6:30.
Walk a mile in my shoes, buddy.
Flip on that SLU broadcast. You got Tom Ackerman, Troy Roberts. You think you're at the lobby at the MAC?
You're welcome to get involved on the program. 314-974-0101. That's the Collier and Thompson phone lines. And then you got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. We are 41 minutes away from Buck Swope and Alan Dadeville, and one of them possibly winning a $10,000 HVAC system from Design Air Heating and Cooling. That's right. That prize is what is on the line at 9:45. We'll announce the winner at 10:55 on the Stiefel dossier. The program brought to you by Brown & Crouppen. Brown & Crouppen is the title sponsor here on TMA, and we have gotten to know Ed Herman, his son Brody Herman, Terry Crouppen, and Andy Crouppen. Brown & Crouppen is local. That's why they are in studio every Tuesday. They are here. They are not a national firm that you're going to call, and they know nothing about the St. Louis area. They were founded in St. Louis, and they are right here in St. Louis. And don't you want a local law firm, one that knows the local legal environment? Superior Legal Services, who value client services as well. After an accident, money can be tight. That's why they offer so much for free. You can always call for free any day, anytime. Your first consultation is always free. They come to you for free, whether it's at home or in the hospital. If you think you may need Brown & Crouppen services, call 314-222-2222 or getbc.com. That's getbc.com, the website getbc.com, and make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. Jackie Papers will break, and then the Colonel, is that correct?
Yeah.
All right, fair enough. That's what we got coming up. This is TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Rockets beat the Hawks last night, 104-86. Kevin Durant, the Slim Reaper, with 31 points. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Missouri is where I live. Oh, oh, oh. Missouri is where I live. I live in a place. I live in Missouri.
So good right there. Was that auto-tune there? Or was that like the computerized voice that Roger used in 87's I Want to Be Your Man? You ever hear that I Want to Be Your Man,
I don't
Roger?
know.
That was the name of the artist, just Roger.
Okay.
Where's the marketing department for Roger? They kind of banged him, didn't they? Give him a better name.
80s were wild.
Well, he thought he was big like Cher or something, just a one-name artist.
Jackson, can we have that for return music? Sure. Thanks. Gabe DeArmond joins us now on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Morning, Colonel.
What's up, guys? How you doing?
We're wonderful. How excited are you for the Mississippi State game?
Oh, yeah, jacked. It's going to be, I think we're going to have about 6 degrees tomorrow, so looking forward to the walk up the hill. It'll be good.
The walk up the hill. I like that you call it the walk up the hill.
Mizzou's coming off a 26-point loss. How does this happen? How do they have some of these games where they just don't seem to show up at all?
Well, they're not that good. I
guess that explains
it. And Alabama was playing kind of desperate, had lost 2 straight home games and played well. Their strengths match up with Missouri's weaknesses. They went and added an NBA player to the roster. That didn't hurt the cause. I was a little surprised by the margin, but I picked like a 15-point loss. I kind of thought it just set up that Missouri was maybe going to get blown out. They've never really played all that well in Tuscaloosa, and that all happened. I think the discouraging part, because I think you saw it in the Illinois game, and I think you saw it a little bit in the Kansas game. Like previous Dennis Gates teams have been good enough offensively that if they get down big, they have a chance to come back. This one really doesn't. And so what we've seen a couple times is they get down 12-15, and it kind of looks to me like they mail it in. There wasn't a lot of effort in the last 7-8 minutes of that game, and I don't think there was much effort in the second half against Illinois. And really, even in the last 5-6 minutes against Kansas, you kind of saw the same thing. And I understand why that would probably irritate fans who are watching.
Yeah, that's a damning criticism. Not being good is one thing, but the effort thing, that doesn't play well.
Yeah, and I mean, once they got down, again, once they fell down by like 15, I knew that game was over. I'm sure they did too, but at any level, all you ask is, you got to try, give your best while you're out there. And I'm not saying that's an unfair criticism of me to level at them. I'm not saying they don't care, but there wasn't a lot of resistance in the last 10 minutes of that game.
Do you think the rest of the way every game is sort of a referendum? Oh, they on the bubble, making it first out, 5. Do you think we're just going to be doing this the rest of the way?
I mean, I think you have to hope you are, because look, they lose tomorrow. I think they're off the bubble, and I think I think we're done talking about it unless they do something really surprising. But yeah, it's going to be, if things go as expected, it is going to be very close. And I'm fine with every game being a referendum on can they make the tournament or not. It gets very exhausting for every game being a referendum of bigger things than that.
Hey, Gabe, I think when you look at the guys that Dennis Gates has brought in from high school recruiting-wise, we've seen Anthony Robinson regress, not much from Anar Boateng, not much from Trent Burns. Is there a real concern level for Missouri fans on Dennis Gates' development, especially with guys like Jason Crow and the top class coming in? Or are you dubious of the development program with Dennis Gates?
Yeah, I mean, it's a fair criticism. The thing with Ant Robinson, though, like, he was a 3-star recruit, like somewhere around 100th in the country. Like, I think his first 2 years, he was actually probably better than expected. Now, this year has obviously gone poorly. T.O. Barrett is turning into a pretty nice player. Trent Pierce, a little tough to assess. But, no, I understand the skepticism there. And I don't know, probably if you look across college basketball, it's not actually that uncommon. I mean, How many guys come out of high school and are good for multiple years at that school? I would imagine it's not very many, because either they're good and they leave, or they're bad and they transfer.
Any football news we need to know about?
No.
Okay, then.
I see Peg Brown is the head coach at Cook High School in Georgia. Doug, you remember Peg Brown?
Sure, I remember the name.
The Colonel post about that.
That is not government name Cornelius.
That's correct.
I learned the phrase government name from Cornelius Brown back in about 2006. I'd never heard that before. He introduced us and said that he wanted us to call him Pig because that's what his family called him. Cornelius was his government name, and I'd never heard that phrase before.
How did he get the nickname Pig, I wonder?
It had something to do with when he was a kid with his grandma. I can't remember exactly. I'm fairly old. It's been a while.
Yeah, a lot of former players, though, from obviously Macklin here. We've got Matty Mock doing it now, Will Franklin. Those are just all here in town. It seems like a lot of the Pinkel players ended up coaching.
Yeah, Weatherspoon's a high school football coach. Lorenzo Williams, a pretty good high school coach in Oklahoma. A few years ago, before he went over to the dark side, Dave Matter wrote a story about all of Gary's players that went into coaching, and there have been more since.
That's right.
Huh. He's on the dark side now.
Well, he works for the university, Doug. That's your alma mater.
Yeah, fight Tiger. Beat Bulldog. It's all coming up tomorrow. Missouri, Mississippi State. Jackson, Gabe said it. They lose tomorrow. Oh, my.
Yeah, I mean, it's,
Bubbles
for
burst.
sure. I mean, all hopes are lost. If you're not feeling low now, lose to the Bulldogs, and you're in real bad
Mississippi
shape.
State is, I mean, they're like the lowest ranked team in the SEC. And here's what's been fun for me about some of these SEC games is I show up and I just kind of go through the stat broadcast page. I'm like, I've heard of 2 guys on this team. I actually knew a few more in the Alabama game, but like tomorrow, there's a kid named Hubbard. I can't remember his first
Josh.
name. He plays for
Josh Hubbard.
Yeah, Josh Hubbard. I've heard of him. If you ask me to name another Mississippi State Bulldog, I would probably have to go back to like Dante Jones in the late 90s. That's probably the last one I know.
Maybe Eric Dampier. Was that a Final Four team?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've heard of him.
Yeah, that's a nice play. Yeah, I think they were.
Don't know any others on this year's team, though.
No.
Well, we'll get to know him tomorrow, Doug. All right?
Tim, when Ben Holland comes to town, you got to watch out.
Thank you.
Will we really?
No, we won't at all, Colonel. We absolutely will not. You are exactly right. Gabe DeArmond with us here on Fridays, brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Thank you, Colonel.
All right, guys. Have a good one.
All right,
That's Gabe DeArmond on the Callier and Thompson phone line. Something you can do this weekend is enjoy 5-iron golf in Clayton. It is the ultimate indoor golf experience. Whether you're a serious golfer or just looking for a great night out, you will love playing iconic courses on TrackMan simulators, but it's not just about the golf. So if you're going with somebody and they're like, I don't really play golf, no problem. Chef-inspired dining and relaxing in a vibrant bar setting. My wife does not play golf, but she loves going with me and the boys because she gets to sit back and enjoy the delicious food and drinks at 5-Iron Golf. It is located at 8015 Forsyth Boulevard in Clayton, online at 5irongolf.com. They have memberships available, they have instruction available, and if you just want to play some courses, they have iconic courses including Pebble Beach, St. Andrews, and Bethpage. Black 5-Iron Golf in Clayton with 200 world-class courses. Rain or shine, no dress code required. It's relaxed. It's wonderful. TrackMan simulators really good food, and a great bar as well. And you got a cold weather weekend coming up and you're looking for something to do, go to 5irongolf.com and check it out at 8015 Forsyth Boulevard. It will blow you away. Something great for the family or for friends, and of course for a work outing, 5irongolf.com. Doug, we are 24 minutes away from Buck Swope, from Alan Dayton, from the incel on the other side of the couch, and the possibility of somebody winning a $10,000 HVAC system. And then you got a bunch of people out there wanting to play spoiler. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. What a moment we have in this show's history. January 30th, 2026. Where were you?
Well, I don't know. But I know that we've given away a few things over the years on this show. Nothing even close to this.
Yeah.
Wouldn't even know what would be in second place for the best prize we've given up.
Probably the trip to the Bunny Ranch for the married guy to meet up with some ewes.
That's probably it. Yeah. And he came back disease-free as far as we know.
That's correct.
Which is always nice. And we used to give away some Fox robots. Remember that going way back.
Darnell Nurse is passionate about this, Martin. He's been sending it in. Let's see how many times. I guess 6, 7.
Do I need to block him?
9. This is in caps, Doug. I don't know if you like when email or text.
No.
Redact names on the email the day entries. Make it a single blind experiment where the voters do not know who authored the emails. The only way to shut the a-holes up who complain about favoritism. That's from Darnell Nurse.
Okay. Maybe there's something to that. I still don't like being yelled at. He wrote that in all caps.
Yeah, he did.
I don't like being
and then
yelled
he sent
at.
it in multiple times.
Yes, I don't like that either.
Baby!
And then different versions were sent in the previous couple of days. Darnell Nurse, passionate.
He's really upset.
I can honestly say I've never voted and said, "Oh, that's Uncle Freddie's fluffy hammer. Oh, I love his work." Like I've never once had that enter into my brain.
No, me neither.
Rusty Pecker says it's not a bad idea.
There were a couple of people that suggested it.
Rusty Pecker?
Like just read emails by
email
the
1,
number.
email 2, email 3. I think off air we discussed it, and Kurt Warner back here said he thought we would still know whose body of work it is for some of these folks.
And also, sometimes the punchline is in the name.
Yeah. Yeah, agreed. And like it'd be hard to keep the number if we're doing 12 emails. It's like, wait, was that email number 5 I'm voting for or 6?
We got to write them down.
I got an idea. Just let us do our damn contest.
Hey, well, they're bringing this to
Warner.
They're bringing this to us on the last day of the.
Well, Darnell Nurse has been busy. Had a big comeback last night against the Sharks. I know because I had the Sharks money line.
Does he play for the Oilers?
No, that's Alex Petrangelo.
I thought he played for VGK.
I think Tim was kidding.
Who plays for the
Gunner.
Oilers? Who does Darnell Nurse play for?
Look that up.
Who? Oilers?
Doug, just let him work it.
I don't have any idea.
All I know, he's not happy about the designer eating a cooling email.
He does play. If he plays for Edmonton, yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah.
All these people say Jackson doesn't know hockey. How about that?
Son of Richard and Kathy Nurse, cousin of Sarah Nurse, and brother of Kia and Tamika Nurse.
What about Nick Nurse? Raptors?
Not
hospital
That's
championship?
what I was thinking of, the coach.
Not related.
And where is he now?
Philly.
Can't keep track of these guys. Nick Nurse, Darnell. Remember Darnell Hillman, Doug? He always had the giant afro for the New Jersey Nets.
If this hair trim doesn't work, I got Nick Nurse written all over me.
Oh, you think that's what you'll look like?
Yeah.
I need to look at what Nick Nurse looks like.
Kia Nurse, of course, of the Chicago Sky, Jackson.
There you go, Angel Reese.
Hey, guys, I got a good idea for the email today. How about you change who's filtering the damn emails? That's from Big Tough, and he's coming at Kurt Warner.
Right,
Warner.
That's it.
What do you want?
You gonna block him? Oh, you want him punched?
Rhymes with Bucko.
Yeah.
That's right.
It's just disappointing. We knew there'd be some controversy.
Yep, and here we are. Well, it's coming up. It's coming up in a matter of fact. Oh, what do we got? Chairman Kurt,
I think
does that mean you texted me?
next year we'll expand the playoffs to 16 or 24. But for now, we're sticking with the current model.
Rich in Warrenton has thoughts on it, Doug, and he wants to talk with you about it. Rich in Warrenton is on the Callahan and Thompson phone lines. Good morning, Rich.
Hello, Rich.
I'm with Doug Vaughn.
Good morning.
Yeah, so what's up?
Doug already been.
How are you guys?
Oh, we're fine. You?
I am fantastic. Just driving on I-70, so it's taking my life into my own hands, it seems like. But,
careful. Go fast. Keep up.
But you guys were talking about Charles Dutton's birthday, and I have a great story about Rudy. I grew up in small-town America down in Lesterville, Missouri, and, didn't have much contact with college sports and stuff down in the country growing up. And, but I started coaching basketball in Warrenton in 1989 and got to know the Lukey family that owned Warrenton Golf Course, and they were big Mizzou fans. And Mr. Larry Lukey, the owner of the golf course, the patriarch of the family.
I'm going to need a printout. Hold on. I'm going to need a printout here.
Yeah, I'm a talker. So Larry Lukey played with the 1954 Mizzou baseball championship with Norm Stewart. He was the catcher, and he's actually in the St. Louis Hall of Fame.
Oh, is he?
And,
they won it all that year, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. And so the Lukey family had a Mizzou golf tournament the first Wednesday in June every year, and so I became really good friends with them, and I ended up coaching golf my last 8 years of teaching at Warrenton there, and so they had me come out, and Dan Devine was scheduled to play that day, and it was an absolutely cold, freezing day, and Dan Devine was sick. Oh. And it was cart paths only, and Keith, the oldest son who lives in Mizzou now, in Columbia now, after they sold the course, he said, "Hey, Rich, I'm going to put you in Dan Devine's cart." Well, here I am growing up as a kid, not even really knowing the legend of Dan Devine, not knowing the opportunity that was before me here.
Yeah.
And and he said, "Take him anywhere. If he needs to go up to the green, you take him up to the green." So I laughed more that day, learned more about Notre Dame football than I ever even thought about, didn't know anything about it. And now looking back, my picture hanging the golf course for years with Dan Devine. And I've been working there the last 10 years since I've retired teaching, and still work at the Warrenton Golf Course and the Country Lake Golf Course in Warrenton. And but it was just so funny that you talked about Charles, because that's actually one of my favorite top movies. I know Jackson probably has another one that beats that, but
Movie boy.
Jackson, is there a better film?
No, it's Rudy one. It always has been.
Gone with the Wind.
Oh yeah, Casablanca, Rudy.
Citizen Kane.
Come on now. Come on, sports fan. This is a sports show here.
I clipped it off. I clipped it off forever, Jackson.
Yeah, I get it.
So you were Dan Devine's chauffeur for a day.
I was his chauffeur for the day, and didn't even know the charm, the thing I was getting to get to experience. And but now looking back, it was absolutely fantastic because I'm a sports nut. And my first NBA game was the Kings versus the Pacers in the Checker Dome, and Darnell Hillman was the master dunker for the Pacers at that time. And
his name just came up.
I just brought up Darnell Hillman. Didn't he have a giant afro on of all his playing cards?
Yeah. Oh, it's fantastic. And, man, he could jump out of the gym.
You're connecting a lot of dots for us here today.
I'm telling you, I love the show. First-time caller, never have texted in, but I listen to you guys every morning. And but you guys are always good and give enlightenment to a dark world we live in here today. So.
Oh, closing thoughts there.
We're going to read the texts in response to your call, but
they're probably
that
not
was
going to
very,
be nice,
very kind.
That was like a Jerry Springer close it all up with a wonderful thought.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, if you ever come out to Warrenton, hook me up. I'll hook you up with some golf at Country Lakes or Warrenton Golf Course owned by the Porter Trail in Witzville, Bear Creek. Now, we own 5 courses out here. You come out, and I'll get you on the play and take care of you.
Oh, we'll have to do that.
A little round of golf.
All right.
Sounds good, buddy. You guys have a blessed day.
Thank you so much.
Great day. If somebody could...
I love ending with a blessed day.
Yeah. No, there was a lot of positive there, but I'm going to need somebody to do a printout of I didn't understand it.
It involved Darnell Hillman and the Sacramento Kings and Indiana Pacers?
Yeah. It felt like the Charles Dutton door was just a creak open, and he decided to put his whole leg in there. He decided to throw his whole leg up in there.
The name of the golf course, I just heard a lot of LaRusse. I didn't quite hear the name of the course.
Warrenton Golf Club.
That I understood, but I thought he named the course.
All right, Westerville.
Home
of Camp Tomsock.
Well, Doug, you're right. Unfortunately, they're not happy with the phone call in the Air Comfort Service text inbox.
They're never happy.
Bleach this effing Hoosier now.
Oh.
That's from Ray King. This guy should go back and relive his golf cart chauffeur tales and drive the cart into a frozen lake. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko. Kwame Voyukas IV, who says, Martin, your ass is grass tonight?
Yeah, and he's 6'1", 205. 205.
He says, I'm going to really need this guy to lay down in traffic. That's from Kwame Voyukas the fourth. Waiting for this guy to plug his podcast. Speaking of plugs, hey, Vaughn, bend over. Thanks. That's from number one Asian intern Brian Henshin, sponsor of KG's Filter and founder of the Free Perk Movement. Doug, that's Brian Henshin over in Indianapolis.
It was a poor text.
What in the hell is going on right now?
Well, ours is the type of show where friends feel they can call in at any time.
What was the name of the last gay bar you went to?
The Buggy Whip in Palm Springs. Last time I was there, I went home with a guy named Jose.
Oh, Doug, that's John Voight.
Mm-hmm.
And he had a car that Costanza bought at one point?
He thought, yeah.
Okay.
Pencil with bite marks in it.
Yeah, because John Voight bit Kramer.
Oh, wow. Well, it was wonderful to hear from, what was his name again, Jim?
Rich in Warrenton.
Big Tough says he needs to be the listener of the month. I think he could win it if he were to sign up at tmastl.com. He has a lot of support right here on this dais, that's for certain. Rich in Warrenton. Don't be a stranger, and you can sign up at tmastl.com to be our Form Energy listener of the month. Today, the last day, I guess tomorrow, theoretically, the last day to sign up. tmastl.com and be the first listener of the month for 2026. Doug, it's almost time. Coming up at 9:45, the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day is Buck Swope about to win a $10,000 HVAC system. Is Alan Dadeville about to win a $10,000 HVAC system? Or is the incel from the other side of the couch about to force a three-way playoff? You're going to find out very shortly with the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. And it's a big day here because it's unofficially, I'm saying this specifically to my mother, TMA night at Chaffetz Arena, Doug, where you can get in and sit by you tonight if you have $1,200 sitting around, because that's the cost of the section that you'll be sitting in, and it's $185 just to get into the building tonight. Martin? I mean, I guess they're going to have TMA night at the Chaffetz every night now after this reaction. Jackson, was your mic on?
Yeah, no, it was not. You'd have to think.
This boy.
Not classically
Get yourself a
trained.
nap, son.
Not classically
Better get
trained.
yourself a nap before we start pounding some ultras later, boy.
Sleep it off.
I think he said, like, I'm all in on that. Might maybe just crawl under the table
You're going to take a nap, aren't you?
Probably won't have time.
What do you got to do?
Work. Got to edit up Movie Boy. Got to schedule that damn skeleton.
Oh, boy, that sounds like fun. Fun.
Friend of the show, Brian Bartow, Cardinals PR man extraordinaire. Less Kansas City, Omaha Kings talk, please. More Pistons talk.
There you go, Jackson. Bad Boys 2004. Ben Wallace will join us.
Dylan Brooks dropped 40 on the Pistons last night. That's
I like that motorcade nickname a
It's
lot.
great, isn't it?
We got that Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up. It's coming up fast and furious. A big moment for Buck Swope and Alan Dadeville and maybe the incel from the other side of the couch. TMA 101 ESPN. Michaels has been family and locally owned for over 30 years. He takes pride in helping and making sure his employees are happy and making a great living. You can go online right now at igotfloor.com and get 3 samples free from Proximity Mills. Michael's passion is flooring. When you order from him, he wants you to have the best experience for the best price. Just come in or talk to them. You're going to see the difference. They want to make sure they suggest the best thing for you, not pushing what corporate's telling them they have too much of. There is a reason that Michael's Floorings continue to grow through the 31 years. Employees love working for him as they feel like family, and he makes sure they are taken care of, and this then rubs off to the families buying the product as they know they have the best interests of the buyers. They have it all, but carpet's awesome, and it's back. They have so many varieties of all flooring and have 3 easy-to-get-to locations in St. Louis. They're in Creve Coeur, they're in Garden Prairie, and they're in St. Peters. Come see why people are loving it and floored by Michael. Make sure you visit igotfloor.com. Doug, this is the Roger I was telling you about. Is that auto-tune?
I don't know.
Is it 87 or 88?
Gosh, the years escaped me.
Roger, and that's it.
Roger, that's it. What is that? Is that auto-tune? Or is that something else? Because it's like he's using his synchronizer to change his voice. But it became a hit ballad.
Oh, it did.
And would you say 88?
I don't know the years, Tim.
It was a Mets-Dodgers NLCS?
He had Roger Rabbit, Roger Staubach.
Yeah. Was that Jessica? And that was voiced by Kathleen Turner? And is she from Springfield or Boot Hill?
I think Springfield. Down that way.
And she was in Jewel of the Nile and Romancing the Stone? So listen right there. What is that? But there's Roger's voice, but then listen. That's not a chorus. It's like a synchronizer.
Yeah,
you follow me?
I wouldn't
Jackson,
worry too much about it.
I'm pretty pissed.
Was auto-tune like a thing in the late 80s?
No, I think the first time it was used was at the Girl Next Door party in 2010 with Joshua.
Joshua ushered in the era. Like Kanye bit that from him.
And T-Pain.
This is a vocoder.
Vocoder. Vocoder.
Kind of smooth, though.
Well, it's Roger. What do you think?
Whatever happened to this Roger?
I think it's actually a pretty brutal ending.
Oh, no.
Doug wants a putt back. It wasn't his fault. He didn't know.
Well,
we were just trying to figure out about this
Thoughts and
vocoder.
prayers to Roger and his
Roger
family.
Troutman.
I don't think he's in accounting.
Was fatally shot several times in the torso by his older brother, Larry.
Oh, I hate when that happens.
Larry would later take his own life.
Oh, my God.
Doug asked.
What? Is there more to the story? Like why that happened? I'm sorry.
I think if Jackson's not drunk, he would have just said, yeah, I'm not sure. He would have seen it and said, I'm not sure. But because he's
not thinking straight.
He's just reporting the news.
It's brutal.
Roger was also in California Love with Tupac and Dre. Am I right on that?
I just
is that he? Is he the voice
I'm
singing
pretty sure.
California Love?
I'm pretty sure.
They sampled it, I assume.
I'm pretty sure Roger's in the video.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Doug, was Roger in the video?
I don't know.
Charlie Kirk just gave me a thumbs up.
Yeah, he died in '99, so that would track.
A lot of tragic. We played Sam Cooke, and then we had to kind of go through that whole story.
It's called a talk box. Not sure what Chairman Kurt's talking about.
Yeah, it's a thing where you have like a straw in your mouth, and then you start singing, and it changes up your voice. I guess that was probably like the
straw in your mouth.
It looks like a straw.
Am I wrong on this, Doug, that Richie Sambora did the same thing with Living on a Prayer in the opening?
I don't know.
Am I right on that? I think I might be right on that.
I remember watching Hee Haw. There used to be a couple of old farmer boys who'd put a little mouth harp in their mouth and go blee, 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 blee. It's fabulous music.
Doug Shipley Pibbles, who used to send in pictures of his wife, but doesn't anymore because they took Mississippi State against Missouri in November, says it's 100% auto-tune. Roger walked so T-Pain could run. That's Shipley Pibbles.
Oh, gosh. Roger walked so T-Pain could run.
Put that off.
Okay. There's your email of the day right there.
Friend of the program, occasional co-host, and we almost called him in today when Doug was nowhere to be found when the show started. Josh Schertz was on Wake Up Barstool. Jackson, we have some clips here. What do we got?
Yeah, it's him talking about the food scene in St. Louis.
Oh, was he talking about Paulie Bono's in DeLamba?
Do you have, okay, so then what is your favorite St. Louis culinary quirk or endeavor that you've discovered so far?
Gosh, it's got such incredible Italian food. There's a place there's an area in town called The Hill, and it's just got these iconic Italian restaurants. And, and so there's this cluster of amazing Italian restaurants here in town, but you got everything. It's really a good foodie town. I'm a big sushi guy. They've got some good sushi spots here in St. Louis. But the Italian piece is just, I don't know that there's, it's second to none. I mean, the Hill area, and then there's a place by, about 15 minutes from my house called Paul Mano's. That's outstanding. But Charlie Gito's is somewhere that everybody, really in St. Louis knows, super famous. But you could go in the Hill, and there's probably 20 Italian restaurants, and they're all elite level, and it's all in that little section of St. Louis.
Paulie Bono's gets a shout out.
Okay, nice.
About that, Paulie, huh?
There are a lot of good places to eat here. I don't know if that's true with every town. I suppose it is. Maybe we're a little prejudiced.
I think it is.
I think
like our own spots.
I do think that St. Louis has it punches above its weight in the culinary scene. How about that? How's that work?
That's a fair assessment.
All right. Yeah, that's probably true.
Especially on the hill, man. So many good spots.
And when you hear players for City SC that are international, that are from all over the globe, they'll talk about that they really enjoy the restaurant. So it's not us 314 geeks. Hey, we're the best. These are actually
shot at the STL Today comment section.
These are actually
shot at their most recent caller there.
No, I do enjoy it when these out of town players that are from across the sea that are saying they enjoy the food scene.
Across the sea. Did you see they got someone from the second Bundesliga yesterday?
Was he second? I know he was FC
Bundesliga,
Barstool.
second Bundesliga.
Yeah,
Wow. Doug, it's going to lead to some jersey confusion. You call it a kit. They have 2 players with the last name Fall. F-A-L-L.
Really?
Tim, yesterday I believe it was Mamadou Bianche Fall that was signed.
Poland call in.
Bundesliga, second Bundesliga.
Can they get someone from just Bundesliga? Why do we have to go to second?
We're working up to it.
Who is the goalie? Who's our guy?
Roman Berkey?
Roman Berkey is from the Bundesliga proper.
Okay.
No. St. Louis has far superior restaurants versus the similar cities, Milwaukee, Cincinnati, Indianapolis. That's from the Horny Banker. How about that, Doug? So Horny Banker's in my camp.
Okay, so why do we need the no?
Cincinnati's got that garbage chili. Oh, that stuff is gross.
I don't mind Skyline chili.
But how many places have you been to order chili in Cincinnati?
Skyline.
You go one time, you go, I don't get it.
But that's like their thing, is like they put chocolate and cinnamon.
So when somebody talks culinary scene in Cincinnati, they talk Skyline, they talk St. Louis, they talk about Emos and the thin crust pizza.
That was actually the question prior to that Schertz clip we just played, is someone asking him how he feels about Emos. He's not high on it. He says that it's for people who are from St. Louis, which I believe is to be true.
And he's a New York guy, so
right.
he grew up.
But that's my thing. His endorsement of the culinary scene in St. Louis as a New York guy, that's got some juice.
Yeah, for sure.
You follow me? Holler if you hear me. Tupac.
Well, that's a successful pizza restaurant, though, and people all over the country, that's one of the questions they want to ask you.
Yeah.
I think Jimmy Kimmel had that conversation once with somebody.
Sterling K. Brown.
Do you like the emo? Yeah.
I think John Hamm brought him an Emos.
I think Jason Tatum did a lot for that as well.
And then Kimmel's wife is from St. Louis.
Doug, is that Molly McNerney?
I don't know.
She went to St. Joe's. She's an angel.
She went to school or an angel.
Gotta know where people went to high school to judge them properly.
Gotta do show prep.
So when Kimmel's in St. Louis, he listens to TMA and then he eats Emos and then goes back on his show and then talks about the pizza being bad.
But imagine what the success story there, where you start a little pizza restaurant and then fast forward a few years and they're talking about it all over the country.
And did they create the Provel, Doug? I think that's part of it.
That must be
part of the story.
A good producer would have the Emos clip instead of telling us about it. That's from Mr. Cider.
It was a little long-winded.
And you're hungover.
Nah.
But
I didn't think it was that good.
Does Ciders get what Harrison gets sometime or no?
No.
You already dropped it earlier.
I already used it.
But
yeah.
it's, can I just for me, buddy, one more time. It's such a delight.
It is a delight.
It kind of is like this release that we need.
What do you want, Fucko? You want some? Huh? Hey!
Oh, it's Ray Liotta. Lorraine Bracco was turned on, though. Jason Isringhausen, friend of the program, listening, and he says Skyline has to be put on a kraut dog. That's the move.
A kraut dog.
Doug, how would you like that Skyline chili on a hot dog with kraut? Oh, that's might be Doug's least favorite meal of all time.
Sauerkraut? Oh,
because you don't like sauerkraut.
You don't like sauerkraut on a brat.
You don't like hot dogs, and you don't like chili on.
I'll eat a hot dog in a pinch, like golfing or something. If you got just a second to pick something up.
But what about tonight after we have bottle service at Lorenzini's?
I'm not going to go out for hot dogs.
And we're going to get hot dogs, and I'll have some Skyline brought in from Uber Eats.
I just doubt it.
Uber Eats driver walking through the concourse and in between the seats.
Ask,
or the chili.
Tim, if you don't mind, ask Izzy why he's the Kool-Aid man, because I heard Fast say,
I heard that
Kool-Aid
too.
man.
I think he's listening, but I will.
I just need to know why he's the Kool-Aid man.
I think it's from the red jacket.
Why you're the
that's why he's the Kool-Aid. No, that's not a bad call, Doug.
Man,
because he's got the red jacket.
Eddie. All right, Texas out.
You guys like logistics, so it all started out, papers accidentally hung over, put in the dossier that there'd be a surprise guest. So Tim said, oh, wow, Doug, you were still commuting.
Yeah.
And Tim was like, oh, wow, we got a surprise guest at 8:30, at which point Jackson looked at me aghast, and I said, all right, we'll come up with somebody. So I texted Guy Phillips because I thought it'd be funny if the PA announcer, the Billikens, called in. And the bit, so I probably over-explained the bit, would be how to pronounce our names for TMA night. And I don't think he knew what I was talking about. So then he started calling me. And then Ackerman called in, and I said, all right, now we're good. So now I have to call Guy and explain what the bit was. And then Papers and I just said, all right, we're moving on. So.
We've got, Doug, there's just so much on this show. Yeah. Some people say it should be a 7-hour show. Isringhausen says the reason why Fast Eddie calls him the Kool-Aid Man is fat guy in a little red jacket.
Oh, okay.
Yep, there it is. That explains it.
I figured
so
it
we're
had
getting
something to do with
answers.
the red
You
jacket.
got questions, we got answers. That's
Fast
exactly
Eddie
right.
was like best friends with Mike Shannon.
Yes.
And then somehow they started morphing. They kind of sounded like each other. Yeah, what's going on, big man?
When I hear Fast Eddie, that does remind me of Big
then
Irish.
They cut these commercials. Like, what's going on, Mr. Shannon? I don't know what's going on, Mr. Eddie. And they would just go back and forth. And I'm like, who's in the room? Is it just one of them?
I think your Mike Shannon is climbing up my ranks of my favorite impressions.
But Don Imus can't be displaced from George.
Imus is the
Imus, there's not much depth to it.
I know, but it's still so funny.
What are you trying in New Jersey?
Yeah,
you just have
your
to
Mike Shannon is really when he sees Eddie Goodell in the batter's box, I think crying.
Who's this a little fella, Jim?
We're going to have a Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day next here. This is it. Somebody could very well win a $10,000 HVAC system. The email's next. The announcement of the winner at 10:55. The program called TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Listen to this remix. You making remixes now since you're all boozed up?
No, this one, this is the original version.
If your Metro don't try. Is he Parkway North Viking?
Yeah.
Mount Rushmore of people into Parkway North.
Sevy Savard.
Yeah.
Randy Carricker, Andy Strickland, John Kelly. A lot of broadcasting.
Wow. Well, somebody's going to have to be left off because Young Metro has to be on there.
Yeah, has to.
Terry Donnelly played for Michigan State with Magic Johnson when they won the national title.
This isn't an easy Mount Rushmore.
Yeah. Wow.
It's like if you do a Chaminade Mount Rushmore, you're going to be put to the test. Somebody's got to be left off.
Yeah, we're going to need more rock.
All right, we'll make a new Mount Rushmore, but maybe Buck Swope or Alan Dadeville's about to go up on the TMA Mount Rushmore for winning a $10,000 prize. The Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day for the month of January. Seth Goldcamp came up with this idea back in October. He said, what if I gave away a $10,000 HVAC system and had our service techs at Design Air Heating and Cooling install it for the winner of the email of the month? How would you boys like that? And I said, Seth, that's the greatest promotion in the history of this show if you actually want to do it. Well, damn it, Doug, he did it. And now today, we might find out who won it. Buck Swope and Alan Dadeville entered today's January 30th competition tied with 3 wins apiece. The incel from the other side of the couch who jumped out to an early 2-goal lead. But as you know, the most dangerous lead in the email of the day is a 2-goal lead. Still could tie him and force a 3-way playoff. If none of the above win, Monday becomes a sudden death playoff between Alan Dadeville and Buck Swope.
Oh, no.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Doug, this is it.
All right.
I'm nervous.
A lot of pressure on the emailers to come up with their best work.
Nothing gets the people buzzing like a $10,000 HVAC carrot that's been slow rolled since Halloween. False start in October, whistle dead in November, teased in December like a Marvel end credit scene, and finally launched in January. We've come a long way from the glory days. Remember the play golf with the host arrow where the winners watch the fellas hit half a bucket in North St. Louis, check their watches, and Irish goodbye without learning a single name?
Yeah.
Or win a dinner with the guys, famously won in February of 2024 and still penciled in once St. Louis discovers a restaurant open past 6:07 p.m.
We ended up hiring that guy.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well-dressed Tony.
Well-dressed Tony, who's a salesperson here at Hubbard Radio St. Louis.
Yeah, won that dinner.
Won the dinner?
Yeah.
And instead of getting the dinner, he got a job?
Yeah. Feels like a square trade.
So they wanted to hang and you put him to work.
I'd usually rather have a dinner than a job.
Well, sorry, Tony.
Okay. But this is different. This is a monster prize, judged by a panel of titans. Doug, who dresses like he's heading into a camo VHR compliance meeting despite not having worked in corporate America since Sunday's Sex Show with Sue owned the ratings. Sunday Sex Show with Sue?
I don't think I know
Was
what
that the line dancing show that would go on Saturdays?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Remember
it could
that?
have been. Yeah, Saturday night. Yeah.
Tim, the lone man on the day, is capable of reading sentences with any detectable inflection. Jackson, who laughs like every regurgitated, unfunny hey dudes joke is the first classic white guy joke he's ever heard. And Martin, sweet, sweet Martin, head down, phone glowing, spirit in the post 10 a.m. segment world where he beats feet out of the damp locker room you all call a podcast studio. Hundreds of emails, blood, sweat, and keyboard tears from Buck Swope, Doug's and Kisses 69, Alan Dadeville, and the rest of the working class poets. And yet, per the Martin Tracker, proudly sponsored by Mark's Bra Shop and Mulch Emporium, we are still sitting at 0 confirmed smiles. Not a smirk, not a nose exhale, nothing. That is inspiring stuff there. A $10,000 HVAC unit, a month-long production, and the judging enthusiasm of a jury duty summons. Mark, over here at the Emporium, whether you got a massive yard or a massive set of Rodericks, we got you covered, Doug. That's Mark over at the Emporium.
Mark, over at the Emporium.
That's right.
Did he say a massive set of Rodericks? Is that what he said?
That's correct, sir. Good morning, and yes, I'm still a girl, Doug. Wow, what a month. I'm just glad old Buck Swope survived all that, quote, research he's been up. Hopefully now he can give that hand a rest. Since I couldn't win, I'm rooting for the couch incel to pull out another victory because who doesn't love a three-way? Very exciting stuff. And Jackson, were you the one drinking red wine with Stacy last night? She was in a great mood this morning. Attaboy. Going to be a pony this weekend, fellas. That's from Sharon. Jackson, were you with Stacy last night?
No.
Like, who's Stacy?
Sharon, still a gentleman.
Stacy's mom has got
Sharon D? Is that
Sharon D, that's correct.
Sharon D.
And Stacy's mom was Rachel Hunter? I don't know. Am I right on that?
I don't know.
And she was married to Rod Stewart?
Oh, really?
I think so, yeah. She was a model, big-time model.
Hey, boys, they said never meet your heroes. Well, that's a load of BS. I recently met Doug Vaughn by chance in a gas station out in the Wentzville territories a couple weeks ago. Much like in bed with my wife, I was a little nervous, and all I could come up with was, I'm a huge fan of the show and longtime listener. Doug couldn't have been nicer, more gracious. Couple of surprising observations from our encounter. Number one, this guy's even hotter in person, if you can believe it.
Yeah.
Might I even say he's beautiful?
Oh, gosh.
And number two, he wasn't even wearing khakis, which I found a bit odd.
Yeah.
Also, I feel like I had so much more to say to him, so here goes. Doug, did you think I was cute, and can we be friends? Anyhow, got a scoot. That's from Doug's microphone shadow.
Doug's microphone shadow. I believe I was getting an Arnold Palmer when he introduced himself.
Oh, so you really did meet this guy?
Yeah, in Wentzville.
And was this like a scheduled thing where it's like you want to check each other out?
No, I just stopped. I was too early to pick up the grandson at his daycare, so I stopped and had a soda.
And that's where you meet guys?
That's not. I didn't go there to meet guys.
Did you meet a guy there?
Arnold Palmer.
No
was it
further
in the
questions.
bathroom?
No, it was at the soda fountain place there.
You are very dashing in person.
Oh,
I
you
agree
think
with that.
so?
Striking is the word.
What did he say? What up, Vaughn?
No, he just said hi.
Striking.
That's all. Nothing to it.
Beer Cats has entered the chat, and I'm not happy. Can we talk about these inaccurate email of the day standings? Oh, we got inaccurate email of the day standings?
I knew this was going to be coming.
What happened?
It's going to be about this Kevin Miller thing.
Doug, what's this Kevin Miller
I don't know,
thing?
but
Which
we'll
he's been
find
told
out.
about.
Who's been told about?
Kevin Miller. You got to use your same one name.
Yeah.
What?
He's emailed under several different names and might have won under different names. Does that all count for to be an email winner if you've used several different names?
All right, I'll take
the email and we'll
these.
find out.
Everyone says that Ali Vidinya, 2-7, Chef Boyardee, 220, and Ayla Faye Nell yesterday is Kevin Miller. Doug even says, that's Kevin Miller.
Yeah.
I recognize the writing style. Why is Libby Pagan not giving him credit for winning? This is communism, and I'm not going to stand by while one of the most popular and most handsome emailers of this show's long history gets topped by the pronoun-happy producer. Just because Kevin has homoerotic thoughts about Doug and likes to post pictures of food mounted on his crotch does not mean he does not deserve a new HVAC for his trailer in Lee. Set Kevin Miller free, damn it! Love always. That's from Beer Cats.
Beer Cats.
Jackson, do you have a response?
Kevin Miller needs to then just sign your name Kevin Miller, and this would have all been taken care of. But you don't for these goofy-ass names. So just on you, brother.
It's on you, brother.
Well, in this case, it might cost him $10,000.
He knew. Then he should have known that.
Have you guys talked?
No.
Okay.
Kurt, do you see these coming in with certain names? Like, is there a pattern?
I don't have a comment on this.
You were instructed by counsel.
Yeah, I stand with Jackson.
Thank you.
So does Tom Ackerman, by the way. He's texting. He's Team Jackson.
Tommy
He's
Ack.
texting.
Although he's seated.
It doesn't take a forensic analyst to see Tim left physical, chemical, and digital evidence of his excellence today. But this email is about the first time I passionately kissed another man. Absolutely striking. He had a Van Johnson thing going on. 10 years later, well, I keep on thinking about you, Mr. Golden Hair Surprise. Chance meeting at the Crestwood Ultra Mall food court. Couldn't stop staring at him. He was like, yeah, it's me. I'm on TV.
Kevin Miller.
Yeah, sounds like him.
In the lavatory, he made his mood. I said, slow down. I don't know anything about you. I like rag tops, Bunny Tracks ice cream, Arnold Palmer's, and you. What else do you need to know? We ended up in our skivvies osculating.
What does that mean?
I don't know. Did I just violate an FCC
No,
rule?
oscillating like a fan. Like how a fan goes back and forth, like an oscillating fan.
Then why not use that?
You're incorrect. It means kissing.
Really? What?
It's not oscillating, it's osculating.
Yeah, that's what it does say, osculating in the email.
Are they spelled differently?
Ever heard that term?
They're spelled differently, yeah.
Oh.
Jackson, you want to apologize?
No.
Do you want to apologize to Kevin Miller for either not keeping...
I probably will end up having to.
Who's the email from?
Somehow this will be my fault.
Well, it'll be from Bob. Oh, well, actually, it was Kevin Miller. What was
we
it
ended up
say?
in our skivvies osculating when the custodial engineer unfortunately ended our hour of passion. I don't want to embrace anybody, so I will just tell you his initials are Douglas Elvin Vaughn.
Oh.
That's from Ike, and then his last name is Antlast.
Yeah, see, that little giggle, that little joke might cost you 10 racks.
10 racks!
It might cost you 10 racks.
Was it worth it?
Yeah,
Ike?
exactly. Was it worth it?
Ike Antlass. What in the world?
I guess I got to laugh, so W.
Please insert the Omar whistle. Oh, Jackson, that was you. You were doing... Little pitchy dog.
I only got one good one in me every day.
Here just for the love of the game. Well, that and a Merriwell pyramid scheme aficionado calling me soft, even though I could still run circles around the boss babe while courageously fighting the STL malady of the Provelt cheese sweats cursing my dad bod. In all seriousness, Sharon, got to give credit where credit is due. Having to pivot from the weight loss shake industry due to GLP-1s actually working to the timeshare and reverse mortgage game is tough. But with your persistence, I'm sure you'll capitalize on Doug's impending senility to pay back your husband for the dead inventory he's been sitting on since the Avon lady days. Also, kudos on utilizing squatters' rights at that company-owned property as they struggle to successfully evict you from your 1 week allotted stay that is essentially now a coup. Enjoy the beach and Botox now, because I'll have counsel/wife come down and pull a Rebecca from Landman for your company pro bono. Toot sweet. Oh, and Jackson, keep fighting a good fight. I know the sulfites from a couple glasses of red on a Bumble date are quite the cross to bear, but I have no doubt you'll rally for the SLU game with your crew of Huey, Dewey, and Louie as you yearn for your Ricky Clemens body pillow to scream into about Mizzou's inability to play like the Billikens. Lastly, I'll accept proxy bids for the one night and Doug package tonight at tonight's gala. It's all inclusive, which means all you can eat.
Oh,
think about it. That's from Carlos Spicy Wiener.
Carlos Spicy Wiener.
Hello, gentlemen.
Ooh.
It's the last week's leftover focaccia bread from our Old Orson ladies' luncheon I taste. I whispered to Jane, the vacuum nose, as I withdraw my tongue. Doug?
Blocky. Who was it, Tim? Sounds rough.
Self-made stay-at-home Laduma.
Self-made. You just got yourself suspended, and your name, as we speak, is going into the appliance discounter's suspension logule. No,
and now
there was
no. At least I didn't see anything from the incel from the other side. The incel from the other side of the couch. I don't know what happened there.
No.
Chairman Kurt filtered him one time, or her. I apologize. One time, and then she never came back. And so now, Doug, our two at the top of the leaderboard, Buck Swope and Alan Dadeville. If one of these is better than any of the others in your eyes, one of these gentlemen is going to win a $10,000 HVAC system at 10:55 on these very airwaves.
So we got to pay attention.
Doug, this is why you run stadiums in the July heat. This is why you do Bloody Tuesdays and clap back at a St. Louis reporter on Twitter Thursdays. All for the end game of cosplaying Darth Vader to throw shade at an opposing coach who was a lame duck anyways because you didn't think you had to recruit in the SEC. Turns out Dan was, in fact, a jackass. But this is about me seeing you. Napoli, last night, you, a blank, stone-faced, caddy-like stare into the abyss, sitting across from wife number 3, who was deep into glass of wine number 4. 3/4 zip and some athleisure pant, exposing just enough ankle. Oh, I know your type. I know that stare. That's the stare of a man 48 hours away from the grade school auction. And because you didn't Google prenup before the third go-round, you're now forced to outbid some other schmohawk on a lab puppy in a Hail Mary effort to keep this marriage afloat. So people have to bid on puppies to keep their marriages together at these things?
Anchor dog.
That's what it's called?
Yeah, anchor dog.
Really? Never heard the term anchor dog.
I haven't either.
I like the desperation of a man trying to keep 50% of his assets from being spun directly into the Brio executive level of lip filler and Avon investments. Let's chat. You can catch me listening to Nevin Shapiro's podcast, which is so god-awful and has so little interest. It doesn't even have a dedicated Reddit page for born losers to spit conspiracy theories that the host can easily debunk. That comes from Alan Dadeville, and he says in a postscript to Buck Swope, his competitor, "It's been fun, Buck. No matter the outcome, I doff my cap like Iggy did to Licks on the 16th green at Gateway after drilling the most perfect putt you ever saw, except it wasn't on line and stopped 30 feet short of the hole."
Al in Dadeville.
And finally, Buck Swope. He says, clears his throat, which is Jackson's move when trying to get a threesome.
Facts.
"Excuse me, I'm putting out a cigarette here. Sorry, I'm just tuning in. You guys talk Kepka all today? Happy Brown Liquor Friday, Doug. Finna be a pony at Chaffetz for TMA night tonight. Our town's hottest pogs and cotton tops will be showing out with so many celebrities rumored to be in attendance, including local broadcast hero Tim McKernan, the Wizard of Crestwood, Doug Vaughn, Martin the Plug, Sam Laporta's dad, the Baldwin Beer Bitch, the Mile High Twink, Norman Pale, Ken Dog, Oatmeal's Nipples, Nikki Glazer, John Hamm, Jordan Jet, Gary Coleman, John Stamos, and Darnell Coles. To make the TMA audience feel at home, instead of booking Red Panda for the halftime entertainment, they paid Shelby Lynn Gash $500 to drive across the state and show her feet. By the way, I peeped that TMA subreddit, and man, there seems to be a lot of pent-up sexual frustration manifesting itself as social media hate over how much Tim gets paid to feign interest in the most exciting Billiken season in 12 years. Speaking of getting paid, this email is sponsored by Libby Jack's Fruit Salad of Pills. What do you want for dessert tonight? How about Rogaine? It ships in really nice packaging that makes you feel better about your flaws. That's from Buck Swope, DBA, the Recess Lady's Breast, and he sends in a picture of me and Shelby Lynn Gash, the Plowhawk and Shelby Lynn Gash's boyfriend, and then the guy in the Dart League at the Hot Shot St. Charles who accosted Buck Swope for getting in his way while playing in the Dart League at the 2019 Christmas party.
I remember that.
And that's what we have.
Okay.
For the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, the question is what you got. We will announce the winner at 10:55, and somebody just might win a $10,000 HVAC system coming up at 10:55. And if not, a sudden death playoff on Monday between Buck Swope and Alan Dade. We'll find out in about 40 minutes. The program's called TMA. It's presented by Brown & Group and on 101 ESPN. Hey, it's Tim McKernan. You know that saying, new year, new you? Well, how about new year, new home upgrade? If you've been thinking about replacing your windows or you've just had enough of those cold drafts sneaking into your house every winter, now is the perfect time to finally take care of it. Universal Windows Direct has a January offer that's all about starting strong and saving big. Right now, when you buy 4 windows, you get 4 free. That's one of the biggest offers they've ever done. And with 0% interest financing for 60 months, you can spread out your payments over 5 years, same as cash, without a penny of interest. But wait, it gets even better. You'll get $1,000 off your entire project, plus a little something to look forward to, a vacation voucher through Destination Motivation with every purchase. That's right. You'll go from winter chills to a warm getaway on them. So if you're ready to start the new year by finally checking this off your list, call 314-334-2522 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free estimate. Buy 4, get 4 free, 60 months interest-free, $1,000 off, and a warm vacation to look forward to. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Hey, this is Jackson with the Sports Center update, and that's brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. We got some basketball on tomorrow. Kansas taking on BYU. You can catch that right here on 101 ESPN. Pregame at 1:45, tip-off at 2. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
More Kid Cudi?
Yeah, it just feels like a Cudi kind of day.
And that concert's in May?
Mm-hmm.
Pursuit of Happiness, Doug.
Okay. Yeah,
Did you see that Will Smith movie?
No, I didn't.
Pretty good.
Do you have a problem with the misspelling of happiness?
I don't like it.
The daycare center in which Will Smith drops his kid off, Jaden Smith, his actual son playing the role, they spell happiness wrong, and it really gets under Will Smith's craw. But
it should.
Yeah. And they changed that's the name of the movie, though.
Boys, I'll be honest with you. We're 35 minutes away from a monumental moment on this program with the announcement of the winner of today's Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Buck Swope might win a $10,000 HVAC system. Alan Dadeville might win a $10,000 HVAC system. I think there's only one person who knows, and that person is drunk.
Yeah.
That's Jackson
So can we
Burkett.
trust what comes out of his mouth?
And it sounds like Beer Cats is calling in an investigation of the accounting of this email of the day competition presented by Design Air Heating and Cooling. So, Jackson, I don't know what counsel you've retained, but you might be deposed by Beer Cats.
Yeah, my team is ready.
Oh, you have a team.
Of course.
Robert Shapiro, Johnny Cochran, F. Lee Bailey.
Yeah, I have a team.
Any of those guys still alive?
And I don't think. Is Johnny Cochran still alive?
No. I think Robert Shapiro is.
Okay, that makes sense. Because Kardashian's definitely dead, isn't he?
Well, one lawyer who's still alive is Mark Milton.
Alive and well.
And
sick blend, bro.
He can help you with any IRS problems you have. This guy's one of the best in the country at what he does. Mark Milton, his website is stltaxlawyer.com. You got any kind of tax issue, maybe you didn't file one year, maybe you filed the wrong way, you owe a lot of money, back taxes are creeping up on you, now the IRS is breathing down your throat, you're dealing with the godforsaken tax man. That's where Mark Milton comes in. He'll get it all smoothed out for you. That's what he does. He used to work for the Department of Justice in Washington, where he represented the IRS in tax cases around the country and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. Now he helps individuals and businesses solve their tax problems. He's absolutely one of the best in the country, certainly the best in town, right here in St. Louis to help you out if you have any kind of tax issue at all. You'll be saying, no, I am not guilty. I am with Milty. The website again, stltaxlawyer.com. Contact Mark Milton. He and his staff be happy to help you out of any kind of tax issue you might have. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
The program is called The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN. You can always go back and podcast by watching on the YouTube channel. 6,480 people have subscribed to the YouTube channel. Why don't you join in and subscribe to the YouTube channel? That way you can talk to Jackson Stinkbug, John Scores, Libby, Jackie DiCaprio, who still has an Alabama avatar. Maybe he's just an Alabama fan, Jackson.
Could be.
Bourbon Bob 75 and Ryan Krause 618. They're all in there talking it over. We welcome you to text into the program at 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service text inbox. And, of course, you are welcome to call into the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Curt slides into the dais in the 10 o'clock hour. Martin heads to onboarding. And little Jackie Papers all getting ready for TMA night at Chaffetz Arena for tonight's Pony. Pre-game Humphrey, during the game Lorenzini's bottle service. And
Sparklers.
Then it was Sparklers. And Jackson, where are we going post-game?
Good question. Not sure yet. Nice. Definitely doing something, though.
Yes.
And you are going to wear your derby with a cane and tails?
Derby. Purple derby.
It's a purple derby.
Clip that off. Yep.
And you're going to walk around the perimeter of the court a few times right before the game starts. Just kind of show yourself off.
I think that's the right thing to do.
Can we shoot a Stephen A. Smith-esque video of you showing up tonight?
Walking in,
yeah,
carrying a screaming 4-year-old.
Yeah, really need to do that. Well, now
who's hitting me?
I think with digital software, you can probably edit out the 4-year-old.
Can edit out the 4-year-old?
Yeah, I think so.
Can we make me like 5'9" or something?
You
to
do
be
anything
cool?
you want. Yeah, maybe even 6'2".
Can you imagine if I were 5'9"?
Oh, gosh. Oh, my.
Clip that off. Yeah, it's all coming up. Cal Kennedy with a text.
Oh.
That's like John Wooden sending you a text. The South Side squad's meeting at Biggie's and then Ubering down, so I'm sure that's where we're going to be afterwards. Oh, the steak sandwich and waffle fries.
And they'll be fixing all the games at St. Gabe's probably that night.
Have fun with your... Jackson's going to have to hire counsel now for the email of the day, and now you're going to have to hire counsel to defend yourself against St. Gabriel's.
I assume that's how they do it. They got to get together, make sure they're on the same page.
Wow. My team can help you out. It's just going to have to wet our beak a little bit, you know.
What is it, $1,500 an hour is your counsel?
Yeah, well, retainer.
Ben Affleck, Good Will Hunting, 1997. He wanted a cash stipend.
Yeah, so it'll be a heavy retainer and then even heavier, legal fee per hour. But you'll be fine. You'll be taken care of.
Read my text! That's from the 720.
Okay, then don't read it just because he said that.
He says, pretend it's someone's birthday tonight when you go to Humphreys so that they give you a birthday plunger shot. P.S. I'll give Doug my plunger.
No.
That's from the Mile
we had
High
to stop
Twink.
the show for that? Some palooka's going to give me his plunger? And he's a Mile High Twink.
Beer Cats is now sending in transcripts of today's show for his investigation. This was the conversation a few minutes ago. Pagan, he has to use one name. Kevin Miller knows that. Tim asks, oh, have you talked to him? Pagan responds, no. Perfect. It's like Iggy is in that studio and running around in that body, running a contest and making up his own rules on the fly. That's from Beer Cats.
I figured this would come back on me somehow. No, when I say he knows that, we've run into this issue before with prizes with Kevin Miller, and he knows that you got to use the same name. We wouldn't give the same luxury to someone who we didn't know very well, who was using different names every time, so why would we give it to him?
Is it fair for us to assume that Kevin Miller is listening to the show and should know the rules and the problems that he's creating for himself?
The rules have been available on 101ESPN.com and TMASTL.com since the inception of the competition.
Yeah, so you can continue to
Do you think that you're going to have the judge toss this?
Rain your house. Oh, my God. This is frivolous. Definitionally frivolous.
Okay.
Tim, my daughter and her fifth grade girls team have a battle at St. Gabriel's Sunday. I think it's going to get ugly.
Forget
it's
about it. Yeah. I can tell you this much. You lose.
That's a spoiler alert.
Yeah, they'll play along as best they can for a while. If they see things going bad, there'll be a problem. There'll be some mail-in ballots come at the last minute. The scoreboard will malfunction. Something will happen.
Doug, is the word "faloozing" an FCC violation? I've never heard it.
I don't know.
You guys familiar with that?
Would it be like a floozy?
Oh, no. I will be faloozing around to find you boys as soon as Tim's fine little ass walks into Chaffetz. That's from Alexandra Daddario. And we know her from True Detective and White Lotus, Jackson.
Yeah,
she was also in a film that won Best Screenplay that was shot in St. Louis with Kate Upton. Am I right on that? I mean, you're a movie boy.
I don't. What's the name of the movie?
Doug?
I don't know.
Alexandria Daddario's in
a movie with Kate Upton about, I think, Lambert Regional. Might be like they're on a connection to either Chicago or Dallas, and they want to get a Cinnabon.
And this film won Best Original Screenplay.
Doesn't sound like it would be up for that.
I don't even know what the hell this movie is.
How fascinating is our airport that we need to make multiple movies about it?
Well, I mean, Jason Reitman did it with Up in the Air.
Yeah,
I know.
rocked.
Planes, Trains, and Automobiles did it with Steve Martin.
Yeah.
Del Griffith.
It must be they need something that looks like an airport without a lot of people in it to get in the way. That'd be my guess.
Have you found the picture?
I had a star-studded cast.
What's the name of the damn movie?
The Layover. Am I movie boy now?
Yeah.
You're talking about it. You just tell me the name.
It's The Layover.
Yeah, just based on the poster, this didn't win a damn award.
Whoa!
Well, Rob Cordray is like the third lead. Never a good sign.
Cal Penn. Molly Shannon.
Love Cal Penn.
Molly Shannon was in Never Been Kissed with Drew Barrymore in 1999 and John C. Reilly. Am I right on that?
The film was released on DirecTV Cinema, where all the greats go. I think that's where Deer Hunter went.
So I'm more like TV movie boy.
Yeah.
I've never been more disappointed in Jackson. That's from Hyman the Roth, who is not happy that Jackson's not familiar with The Layover.
Just wait. I can
Did you see who directed it?
You. Directed Bill Macy. Nice. Was this like his debut?
Bill Macy directed it?
Oh, yeah.
William H. Macy.
He's been doing a lot of St. Louising.
Yeah, maybe he's got...
Because he played the role of Jack Buck.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh, interesting.
It holds a approval rating of 0% on Rotten Teas.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, but
that's a good picture.
But 2.1 on Metacritic.
Well, maybe we can get past it and move on.
What's it on Metacritic?
Oh,
2.1?
2. No. This is tough.
Maybe at the
15 out of
club
100.
tonight, wherever we go for post game, and we probably shouldn't publicize it just to keep the crowds down. They should show the layover on the loop.
Just on the big screen, on the four corners
while
there?
we get bottle service.
I think I'm going to watch that this weekend.
Tim, seriously, what time for Humphreys tonight? P.S. Doug, get ready for a big kiss. That's from Katie Woo's burner.
No.
Can I get in with an 8-year-old and a 4-year-old?
I bet you can.
The 8-year-old has a fake ID. It's pretty good.
Yeah,
the 4-year-old
needs
doesn't.
your
Though.
height.
I mean, he's 4.
I would think you absolutely cannot get into a bar with
Jackson says I can.
Well, I think maybe pregame.
Do the Little Rascals thing with like a trench coat.
A lot of these places turn 21 plus at a certain time.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Like nighttime.
But if you're there at 5, that's not nighttime.
I don't know.
If they won't let them in, you just go in. I'll watch them.
You'll watch the kids outside.
What, outside?
You'll have fun. You will
3 degrees outside.
You will love it. All right, we got to take a break. Coming back, we'll have that Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. Winner about 10:55 is Buck Swope about to win a $10,000 HVAC system. Could be Allen Dadeville, or we could be set up for a playoff if somebody else were to win today. This is TMA 101 ESPN. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Chairman Kurt sliding into the dais in the 10 o'clock hour when Martin heads to onboarding little Jackie Papers on the 1s and 2s. And I'd say you're going to be asleep by 1:30.
Maybe.
There it is. There's the nap. Now it's coming in for the payoff.
Nap is dangerous, though, because if I roll too long, I'll be behind, and I don't like doing that. I might just power through.
And you guys might get to Humphreys by 3? That's what Maxwell Hung says we need to do.
Yeah, it's going to be packed, so I might have to audible, but we'll see.
Did you get so drunk last night you had to have your stomach pumped?
Fair question. No.
Okay.
No, just a couple glasses of red, like a real aristocrat.
Wow.
What kind of treat did you have?
Burger.
You had burger and wine?
Yeah, that's right. That's how I live. Meat and potatoes.
Okay.
Literally.
But didn't you eat like at a high-end place in Central West End?
I mean,
most of us, I don't even know if I know anybody who would be able to do that.
Yeah, well, I'm just, that's what separates me from the common man, I guess.
God, it's like we're working with a real noble.
Yeah, exactly. Real noble.
Well, it is Ledoux.
Lisa says, have a great weekend, guys. And then she sent in a picture of herself with an autographed picture of Willie McGee, Vince Coleman, Whitey Herzog, Ozzie Smith, Jack Clark, and Tommy Herr. How about that?
Here they are. Yeah.
Cheers to her. What a gem.
She's been a gem since we started Balloon Party so many years ago.
I told you, she sent me that wonderful Christmas card. It was so nice.
Was it?
Did she?
She had a handwritten note saying how much she enjoys the program and everyone on 101 ESPN. It was so nice.
Well,
handwritten.
thank you, Lisa.
Handwritten.
So she's a gem.
Oh, absolutely. And Edward's all proud. Shout out to Evil.
And she got a nice picture there with the Cardinals and all of them autographs. She's living large, very, very large.
How about this from Ryan Krause, 618? Jackson's my kind of guy. Look at this. Look at the support
brother.
now.
Hell yeah, brother. I'm with you. Who's that, Ryan Krause?
Ryan Krause, 618 in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where 215 friends are gathered right now and talking it over.
I hope he has a lovely weekend.
Walrus King says, kind of sad that ESPN's covering wrestling as an actual sport now. Doug?
I wondered about that myself, if they're worried about their credibility at all when they cover the WWE like they do. I guess everybody knows what the
as long as the
jig
check's
is.
cash.
Yeah, I'm sure that's all it's about.
Royal Rumble this weekend in Saudi Arabia.
Where are you watching it?
I'll probably go to Riyadh to see it there.
Oh, you're going to go and you're still going to be back in time on Monday?
Yep. Mm-hmm.
If they offered you airfare, accommodations, free tickets, you'd still pass it up.
Oh,
yeah,
absolutely, yes.
Even if it wasn't in Saudi, if it was in St. Louis and you got offered tickets, would you go?
Oh, I might, just to see what the scene was like. I would not go to Saudi Arabia to watch wrestling. No. Mm-mm.
Heiser House Hooligan is mad. His texts don't get read and says, I could be a gem for this show if I would get more love on this show by getting my text read.
This close to blocking you, guy.
This desperation is really unattractive.
Oh, yeah, you've been sideways with this person
I'm not
before.
sideways with him, but just this, you don't read my email, you don't read my text. I'm just...
You've had it with it.
Yeah, I'm over it. I'm so glad this month is over.
Oh. Okay.
Timmy, you're great. And not to give you advice to the greatest, but you should release the results at the end of this segment. It'll make the final segment fire. # always be teasing. I got to tell you, I think Dale in Grubville might be onto something.
Okay.
Saying release the winner right now?
Well, how many more segments do we have? I have no idea.
We're in 10-1. So
10-1. Doug,
two
that
more,
means we have 2 more segments. It's 10:38. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. So how about at the end of 10-2?
All right. Cool with me, man.
Literally, Doug, next segment, the winner of today's design. That allows us kind of a bit of a post-game show on it.
I see.
Great idea, Dale in Grubville. It shows that even Michael Jordan sometimes can hear from the common man.
Yeah. Okay. And then we'll be shutting the door on this segment. Maybe you'd like to shut your garage door, but it won't go down. It won't go up. It won't do anything. You know who you call, of course? Schaefer Door. Now, I did see a company truck the other day that was Schaefer with 2 Fs. It's an electric company. This Schaefer has 1 F. Let me spell it for you so there's no confusion. It's SCHAEFER, Schaefer Door. They service all kinds of garage doors and do new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and versatile. Schaefer Door has that special Monday morning standby service. If your door breaks over the weekend, they'll get out there, toot sweet on Monday, get you taken care of. They service those giant commercial doors, too. If you run a business or have a warehouse with those enormous doors, Schaefer's experiencing those types of jobs also. The service techs will come out. They'll take a little look-see. They are not commission-based, so if you don't need a whole new system, they're not going to sell you that. They're big enough to get any kind of job done, small enough you talk with a real person when you give them a call. Now you're saying, well, what's the website? Here it comes, SchaeferDoor.com. Surely you can remember that.
Yeah.
I'll give you the phone number. You won't remember, but 636-782-3608. The website again, SchaeferDoor.com. Schaefer Door is a LiftMaster partner.
On the other side of the break, we announced the winner of today's Design Air Heating and Cooling Emailer of the Day, which could mean the announcement of the winner of the Emailer of the Month. Wow. That's coming up next. CMA 101 ESPN. Chocolate melts, flowers fade, but sparkle lasts forever. This Valentine's Day, find the perfect piece for the one who has your heart at Decor, where every gift shines a little brighter. At Decor, you'll find the most magnificent selections of diamond jewelry that St. Louis has ever seen. The choices really are dazzling. If you are stuck on what to get your love, let Decor help you out. The bling is everywhere, from classic to trendy. Hey, guys, how about diamond studs from her stud? Talk about that.
Very, very cute. Extremely cute. It's darling is what it is.
Thank you. Decor has them in every size and price range. I was out there, got to know the staff. Really a great place. And if you're ready to pop the question, they have an entire room filled with engagement rings. Decor will even help you custom design the perfect setting that fits for your soon-to-be fiancé and your budget. You'll also find rare, one-of-a-kind pieces that say, "Be mine," in the most unique way. Visit Decor online at decor-jewelry.com. That's decor-jewelry.com, or at Olive and 141. They're at Olive and 141 and online at decor-jewelry.com. Decor, always unique, always affordable. It's TMA 101 ESPN. This is it. I'm going to announce the winner right here so we can have a little post-game show. And maybe we can do Jackson's deposition on the air. I don't know if your counsel's ready. And Beer Cats has counsel?
I don't know. My team hasn't been reached out to yet. So, but
you might be served right when you walk out of the
studio.
studio.
They're ready and waiting.
Okay, fair enough. Doug, tell us about Design Air because Seth Goldcamp made the greatest promotion in the history of the show.
Just a fantastic company and been around since 1904. That's how good they are. Not many businesses last that long. They're up over, they're at 122 years now. Design Air has been keeping St. Louis homes warm and toasty in the winter and very cool and pleasant in the summer. Design Air brings the heat this time of year, and they're not just another HVAC company. They also happen to be the longest running sponsor on TMA. Seth Goldcamp, fourth-generation family member that has owned and operated the business. At Design Air, they believe in honest work, so you're never going to be sold something that you don't need. Whether you're dealing with the cold or the heat, they've got your back with dependable service and no-pressure solutions. Visit DesignAirService.com. Schedule your service today. Design Air is comfort you can count on since 1904 and home of the handsome repairman.
Jackson, there is a brand new poster in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
Is that right?
His name is Chaz. Doug's at 3 or 4 Z's on Chaz 58.
Like a lot of
and he says Beer Cats might be right.
Oh, no. He's got a witness.
Jackson's not going to join us tonight.
Awesome. So awesome for the world.
Iggy says congrats to Buck Swope.
You ready?
What the hell's going on? The winner yet.
Okay, all right.
Water.
If Buck Swope wins, he wins a $10,000 HVAC system from Seth Goldcamp at Design Air Heating and Cooling. If Alan Dadeville wins, he wins a $10,000 HVAC system from Design Air Heating and Cooling. If anybody else wins, we have a one-game playoff on Monday. Yeah. Doug, this is what you've been waiting for, brother. It's time for the results of the January 30th 2026 Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. And I got to be honest with you, I'm getting a sense some people might complain.
They'd complain if everyone got a $10,000 system. Much less just one of them.
You ready?
Yeah.
I'm going to let friend of the program, Joe Buck, take this one.
We will see you tomorrow night.
Oh, my God.
We don't have a winner yet.
Mark at the Emporium wins today, meaning we have a showdown on Monday.
Wow. That was Mark at the
over at the Emporium. The first email that was read. Mark over at the Emporium.
And that was his first win for the month of January?
Yeah.
So, therefore, Buck Swope and Alan Dadeville, a one-game playoff on Monday. Joe Buck's call of we will see you tomorrow night, Doug, ushers in yet another classic in St. Louis.
Okay. But he would have had to say we will see you Monday.
Doug's not happy with your use.
All right, man.
2 nights and a morning from now.
All right, man. Thanks for that.
Because we're not coming in tomorrow night.
No, yeah.
We got it,
yeah.
We're actually coming in Monday morning.
RB9TQ says, color me surprised.
Oh, man. No good deed.
So is Kevin Miller in the playoff, or?
Chairman, you're about to be one.
Crestwood Coyote says we should just give it to Tim.
I'm okay with that.
I don't hate that.
Oh, gosh.
I don't know, because for my house in Carport Village, I already have 6 HVAC systems. The zoning.
Right.
And it might look bad if we run a contest and you don't email in at all, and yet you're still the email winner and get the prize.
That's correct. Seth Goldcamp and St. Louis University hand me suitcases of cash. Beer Cats has issued a statement. I don't need counsel to take down that solo dancing, boat drink drunk, diaper wearing patsy. That's from Beer Cats, and he says Jackson's a patsy.
I'm not talking anymore. That's the penance. No more Jackson.
All right, let's relive Missouri's run to the Elite Eight in 2009.
Yeah, but it ended with heartbreak.
Okay.
That doesn't
Hashim
pick you up either.
No.
What about 2012 Marcus Denman, Kansas?
Yeah, then I just think of Norfolk State.
Wow, boy, there's nothing that's going to lift this guy's
Although
spirits.
I do love that game. All
right, there we go. We got him.
I'd be lying to you if I said I haven't watched that game in its entirety in replay. Dickie V was on the call.
Game 7 was rained out. That's from Yasiel the Boy Puig.
Yeah, people just don't get the idea here.
Jackson's defeated.
Beyond defeated.
Our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Post-game show is coming your way next. And then you got BK and Ferrario at the top of the hour. Jackson, do I have anybody I'd like to tell people about?
Yeah. We have a wonderful event going on, St. Louis Golf Expo
Yes,
coming
I
up.
think I'm going to it this weekend, actually. Am I missing something, or is there just not a lot going on this weekend outside of course, TMA night at Chaffetz? Which I have received $10,000 cash for, and Doug got $15,500 for. And then, of course, the grade school gala that I am attending, and Joey Vitale is not, and my son's birthday party. But sports-wise, am I off on that?
Blues game tomorrow night. Missouri, of course, takes on Mississippi State.
Right.
So, take that as you will.
You're still down, aren't you?
I don't know, man. What do you want from me?
Who do the Blues got tomorrow?
Columbus.
Now, that would have worked. We will see you tomorrow night, Columbus.
Yeah. No. That's why you've been in the business, Doug, for so long.
So if you are looking for something, this is perfect. SSM Health welcomes the St. Louis Golf Expo, and it starts today through February 1st at St. Charles Convention Center. Get bonus golf balls and Pro Tour tickets while they last, and it's all presented by the Post-Dispatch. Test big brands with Pro-Am Golf. Enjoy the Sinclair Lincoln Long Putt Trilogy Financial Simulator, and then lessons by Elevate Golf at the Golf Expo January 30th today through February 1st in St. Charles. Thanks to 101 ESPN, Tito's Vodka, Sun Valley Golf Course, Yingling Flight, and the BMW Championship. Tickets are available at stlgolfexpo.com. That's stlgolfexpo.com. It's your boy Fuzz is rushing to your defense, Jackson. Hey, Jackson. Don't let these weak-ass bums get you down. Fast lane them. Yeah. Doug, that's from It's Your Boy Fuzz.
What does that mean to fast lane us?
They use that in place of the F word. We got a break here. I'm sorry, fellas.
Gotta go. Bye.
Gosh.
It's last call for football on FanDuel. One final Sunday, one last kickoff. The final chance to place your bets before the NFL season closes its tab. This is Super Bowl 60, and FanDuel is making sure you are in on it. And if you're a new customer, bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets if you win. So whether you're backing the favorite, riding with the underdog, or building one last same-game parlay, make it count, because after the Super Bowl, the season's over and football is officially done. Last call for football on FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of Super Bowl 60. Jackson, you got a play for this weekend for the people?
It's TMA night tonight at Chaffetz Arena. How about the over of St. Louis's team total of 82.5?
Wow.
Minus 104.
High-scoring night.
Yeah.
That would mean we'd be getting some burgers.
Yes,
Visit
sir.
FanDuel.com/local to get started. Must be 21 or older and present in Missouri. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update, brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues back in action tomorrow, taking on Columbus. Pre-game at 5, puck drop at 6 right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
All right, Doug, that's it. We got to go, right, Jackson?
Yeah.
We got to go. All right, bye. We'll see you tonight at Chaffetz.